Kolkata, welcome you all to the celebration of the World MSME Day. To commence the program, we request Mr. Sanjay Behra, Chairperson, Manufacturing and MSME Committee, and the Chief Sales Manager, Tata Steel Limited, to kindly come to the dais. Sir, please come to the dais. We now request the chief guest of the program, Sri Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, MSME and T, Government of West Bengal, to kindly come to the dais. Sir, request you to kindly come to the dais. Ms. Madhura Sheksharia, Head Partnerships, Tata Business Hub, is joining us digitally. We welcome Ms. Sheksharia. We also have Shri Vanu Prakash Verma, General Manager SIDB, with us. Request Shri Verma to kindly come to the dais, please. We welcome Mr. Manish Sinha, Senior Vice President, HDFC Bank. Mr. Sinha, please come to the dais. Shri Debobruto Mishra, IEDS, Director and Head of Office of MSME Development Institute, Government of India, is with us. Sir, requesting you to kindly come to the dais, please. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Behra to kindly deliver the inaugural and theme address of today's conclave. Sir, please come here.
Thank you, Suma. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everybody. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, we welcome you to this special session on exploring global markets and credit linkage for MSME. We thank you, Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, MSME Development, Ministry of West Bengal Government, for gracing this occasion in spite of having busy schedule. Every year on 27 June, MSME is celebrated to honor the role of in achieving sustainable development goals. They are considered to be the engine of economies around the world. MSME segment in India alone is estimated to have 6.3 crore units, which employs more than 11 crores people. The sector accounts for 27% of GDP and almost 45% of exports, and crucial to the functioning of the economy, including in terms of employment generation, international business, and lending opportunity. The sector was the worst hit during COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown that followed in the year 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic has reiterated the significance of thinking global and acting local like never before. The resilience showed by MSME in the pandemic has been backed by a number of government-backed stimulus packages and initiatives as well as schemes. Recent measures under its program Atmanirbhar Bharat banner provided reprieve to MSME segment in recent months. These include 20,000 crores subordinate debt for stressed MSME, 50,000 crore equity infusion through MSME Fund of Funds or SRI fund, 3 lakh crore emergency credit linked line guarantee scheme for the businesses, including MSME. And this definitely helped a lot to tide over this COVID scenario. The rapidly expanding global value chain due to China plus one policy by many multinational corporations around the world are increasingly dominating international trade, which emerging economies like India can hardly afford to ignore. The limited presence of Indian MSME in the global value chain is a consequence of the negligible share of international MSME, which is primarily due to a weak innovation base. Owing to weak network of MSME, the integration of Indian MSME with global value chains is the need of the hour for MSME. India needs to create a hub for MSME as a market with linkage to various countries by building and strengthening regional innovation systems and by establishing a multi-purpose science and technology commission in the cluster of SMEs. What is the significance of integration of MSME with global value chain? There are many opportunities like employment generation, because if you see India's manufacturing sector may witness an addition of 4 million jobs by the year 2025, thus contributing 1/4 of the total in value added terms towards the $5 trillion economy. Boost in income. Cross-country estimates suggest that 1% in increase in global value chain participation can boost per capita income by more than 1%, particularly when countries engage in limited and advanced manufacturing. Productivity improvement. Global value chain, also participation can precipitate the significant farm level productivity improvements. Shock proofing. Localized regimes are more vulnerable to shocks and result in a significantly lower level of economic activity and fall in national incomes as compared to the interconnected regimes. In terms of the recommendation of the Honorable Prime Minister's Task Force on MSME, very specially mandates that banks have to achieve a 20% year-on-year growth in credit to micro and small enterprises, 10% annual growth in the number of micro enterprises accounts, and 60% of the total lending to MSME sector as a priority by all the financial sector. This is a guideline issued by the ministry and also RBI. There is no question about political commitment to the MSME or any problem with appreciating the direct link between internationalization and MSME performance. You see, this is the problem that needs to be resolved. The informal nature of the business, which makes them suspect even when enabling the policies. The deficit in credibility is not just in the global market, but in domestic market as well. However, where the biggest change is needed is in transforming traditional bank lending system by the banks that is based on the financial statements and collateral. In this age of data and including the information from GST network, income tax, credit bureaus and such others, it should be possible to do online due diligence to apprise the MSME loan profile quite efficiently, and also quite the lead time can be crushed. The RBI governor had also underscored the need for account aggregators, assistant for lenders to secure the borrower's financial information at a single point. Fintech companies can be tapped for doing just this. Many are also started doing this thing. The important need is for the commitment to use technology to establish MSME credit worthiness using digital transaction trails, data generated through e-commerce sites and other sources such as public credit registry that can be used to deal with the information asymmetry. MSMEs are capable to releasing enormous value into the global value chains, and there are companies across the world who seek out MSME, especially for non-core activities because of the lowest cost advantage they bring in. That is basically competitive edge by the MSME. The need is to help MSME identify their competitive strength within the value chain, and also they provide economy of scales and provide the support they need to leverage this to become part of the value chain, while protecting their intellectual property rights, provide managerial support when the global value chain demands complex operations. For example, Domino Pizza, they have got a very good system how to do their work in an efficient way and through using the MSME sector. Domino contributed significantly to MSME development in India by focusing on low-cost supplies and enabling its expansion throughout the Indian market by identifying strategic locations across its supply chain, thereby controlling logistics cost, even while providing continued support for MSME development across the value chain. Thus, Domino's India, under the franchisee of Jubilant Foodwares Limited, has proven to be a more valuable company than its brand owners or parent company. And we have got very high level of speakers there, both digital platform as well as financial sectors. Definitely, hopefully, this session will be quite useful to each and every participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inspiring and in-depth speech on the theme of today's program. Now we request Shri Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, MSME and T, Government of West Bengal, and the chief guest of the program to kindly deliver his address to us. Sir, please.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, one of the oldest industry chambers in India. And this hall, Williamson Magar Hall, one of the pioneers of tea industry in India. So thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure that that the MSME International Day is being celebrated here by Bengal Chamber, and I am very happy to be part of it. Started only about in 2017. The MSME Day has been there as a yearly event since then. But more important than the yearly event, I would like to say that the chamber has always been in the forefront with us in the government, as well as supporting the businesses and industry, including the MSMEs, all through, not just a single day event, but all through they have been with us. And let me thank the Bengal Chamber for this. We have Mr. Behra, who gave a very, very incisive and quite an in-depth, rounded speech, giving the details not only in India, but about across the world, how the MSMEs are shaping. I think we also have Mr. Verma, the General Manager of SIDBI, Mr. Sinha, one of my college friends, Mr. Mitra, MSME DI, and many of us in the audience whom I have been interacting for quite some time. MSMEs in Bengal have been having a very, very important stake as far as the business and industry is concerned. In Bengal, even at the sake of repeating myself, I would mention here that we have close to 90 lakh MSME enterprises, many of them single person, single man, single women enterprises, and close to 1.35 crore people are employed there. That's a figure somewhere 3-4 years back. We are still waiting for the next census when we get these figures updated. But our MSME ecosystem in Bengal has been largely revolving around the clusters. We have close to 550 odd clusters across the whole state, not just MSME. And when Shoma has been mentioning MSME and tea, let me remind that this tea is not tea, it is textiles. So the sector involves the handloom clusters, it involves the MSME clusters, and also khadi, which is an integral part of the ecosystem in the village, which is basically the hand driven systems and the village industries. This ecosystem also forms the part of the overall arrangement which we have in Bengal for the MSME sector. The COVID has had a great impact, huge impact, not only within the country, not only within West Bengal, but all across the world. And as a result of the COVID, what MSMEs could understand is they have to depend on the domestic chain, domestic supply, domestic markets, because a large part of this entire pandemic, lot of disruptions happened in the export or import markets, and we realized this to great amount of difficulties when the pandemic started, because there was hardly any manufacturing of masks, the kind of mask we use. There were hardly any PPEs. There were hardly any sanitizers. Not to the extent where we have to give and everybody has to use it. So that is where in Bengal we ensured that this is all manufactured by the MSMEs, our self-help groups. And while the industries were closed, lot of them were subsequently opened once we started the lockdown was getting relaxed in a calibrated manner. But then during that time when the entire value chain, entire supply system was in almost, it wasn't just functioning. The MSMEs of Bengal, they delivered, and we not only got these items, we also ensured that in the process, during those lockdown days, more than 25 to 30 lakh man days were generated during that time. So in that small way, the government tried to stand with the MSMEs, they tried to stand with the businesses. We organized various procurement camps for the weavers, artisans, etc., all across the state. Even when our own parastatals like Manjusha, Tantuja, Vishwa Bangla, their stocks were not clearing up because the shops were closed, the markets were closed, things were not selling. But then we organized these procurement camps, we ensured that the weavers and the artisans, they must be able to sell at least some part of their stock, they must have some income. That is how we tried to stand with them. Coming to the present today's discussion, in terms of the cluster-based approach, what we have been doing in the state of Bengal, we have been empowering these clusters where a group of people, a group is making, let's say, wooden furniture, somebody is doing steel furniture, somebody is doing, let's say, a little bit of handloom, somebody is doing kantha, somebody is doing something else. So all these people, we are bringing them together, providing them necessary training, we're giving them tools. We are also going to the extent of setting up common facility centers or common production centers wherever land is available, wherever people are coming together and approaching the government, or there is a possibility that this facility will lead to enhanced productivity, will lead to improvement in their quality, improvement in their marketing ability, and also ensuring that the ecosystem develops as a result of these interventions. We've been doing this. Coming to the banking sector, I think Bengal has been in the forefront where, with the help of and the support of all the banks, especially the banks which are part of the SLBC, last year, I mean the last fiscal 21-22, for the first time Bengal crossed, for the MSMEs in Bengal, we could, I mean together, all the banks put together, crossed more than 1 lakh crore of lending. That's very, very, phenomenal as far as the lending is concerned, especially if it is coming after the COVID years. So this is something which is very good, and I thank all our banking partners, all our banks, all the members of SLBC who have come forward. We have discussed with them many times, and this has led to significant amount of credit in the overall ecosystem. This is, I am sure, will further invigorate the sector and will help the MSMEs grow further. But not all is well in that sector. We have been trying, because when we visit the field, when we visit the districts, entrepreneurs, they find that there is some amount of, information, the opaqueness, I would say. I would like to use the word opaqueness in many of the banks where an entrepreneur has applied for a loan. They may not be credit worthy, they may be credit worthy, but somehow it takes a lot of time to understand why they have not been granted that credit. So we are working with SLBC to find out a way to work out a system so that the entrepreneurs, they know, and they know well ahead, rather than going 10 times, 15 times to the bank manager, going all around and finding at the end of all that, they will not be, either the project is not worth it or they will not get it. So I think the ease of doing business which we have been doing for the government, various systems, I think now the time has come for the banking sector and all the other ecosystem connected with the businesses and industry to also make things a little more transparent. I think we would be working on that along with the our partners in the banking sector. Lastly, I would like to mention here that we have the General Manager, Mr. Verma, sitting of SIDBI, sitting here. Last year, we signed an agreement with SIDBI, and this is something which I just want to say here because this is a lot of MSMEs must be here. During the last BGBS, I mean this BGBS which happened in April, before that we had an agreement for onboarding Bengal into a scheme of SIDBI, which is supporting the clusters. And that's a very wonderful scheme. I think the clusters and the MSMEs of Bengal would be benefiting to a very great extent. But then what we also went ahead, because when the MD SIDBI came, we discussed that the same issue of the credit to the industries. So we have signed an agreement with the SIDBI, whereby SIDBI would be operating a help desk in our Small Industries Development Corporation, WBSIDC, which is part of my department here. And this help desk, whoever gets allotted any land, they can approach SIDBI for supporting the project. So I am thankful to SIDBI that they have opened such an arrangement. And going forward, we would also be working something towards providing some ecosystem for the startups, providing some assistance for technology, upgradation or innovation to through an agreement which we are, the state government is trying to have with the IIT Kharagpur. But what I have a feeling is the industries, the large industries, they have to come forward, they have to support, because academic institutions, they have their own focus. Their focus many times does not gel or does not converge with the kind of requirements which the industries have, with the kind of requirements the small industries have. So I think this push and this kind of arrangement has to come from the industry themselves. Maybe the chambers can come forward, maybe the large industries can come forward. I think Mr. Behra from Tata Steel is here. I am sure there are many others from very large industries. They could come forward, come join hands with the government. If you don't want to have any involvement with government, please go ahead. Whatever way you need our support, we'll come forward. But ensure that unless we have technological improvement, unless we have we are able to move up to the challenges of what the the world supply chain requires, we would not be able to compete. And unless we are able to compete, we will be only revolving around the domestic market. So there is a huge market coming up, there is a huge opportunity coming up, but unless we are able to take advantage of that through good amount of innovation, R&D, some more funding into supporting your own ecosystem, value chain down the line, industries, we will not be able to go up to that standard. I have a lot of things to say, but I would like to stop here. I would like to listen to the other valued members here. And I wish that this does not remain a one-day event, continues. Engagement with the MSMEs, engagement with the sectors should continue. And with this, I would like to thank BCCI once again and thank you all for hearing me out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and sharing your thoughts and vision with us. Shri Pandey has a meeting to attend, so he needs to leave soon. So before he leaves, we would like to hand over a token of appreciation to him. Karmyog, an organization which promotes sustainable livelihood and life skill training, is present here, and they have set up their plant library at the back. I request Mr. Saurav J. Sarkar, who heads the initiative, to kindly come to the stage and hand over the memento to Shri Pandey. একটু সামনে চলে Yeah.
I could take the one from there. This is for you.
Okay.
It's a very,
Yeah.
this is a very special memento. It's a plant, but this is for the first time in the world we are using plants as a channel of communication and learning. And I will just take 2 minutes to demonstrate to you how a plant is like a new television or a new print media or a new audio medium. I think I'll take a different sample from there and the team can. Hello. The cable didn't go all the way up there, but just for the benefit of the whole audience, we will show how this technology works. This is the cell phone, and as you can see, the plant library has been set up behind you, and these plants are units. Each plant is a unit on the library, and each plant has something which is called a curious, Q.RIUS. And the planter in which the plant is kept is called a smart planter. And now I'll show on the screen, you can see on the screen how it gets demonstrated, how it works. So now what you see on the screen is my cell phone, and this is the Omnidel app. And as soon as I actually hold this in front of the plant, we don't have to do much. What it is doing is, it is just recognizing just like a QR code, it recognizes the question that is there. The 21st century, we are here to explore a very interesting question. What is the plant library, and how can it help micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs? Well, you must be wondering that is not exactly the question that you were asking here. The question that you had Omnidel was somewhat different. Omnidel? What is Omnidel? First, let's explore that. Well, Omnidel, as you can see, is the world's first IoT-based communication and learning. So I'm not going through the entire content. I'm sure everyone has rushed for time, but just to show you the idea that the plant has a curious. It's interesting, okay. So then we'll just, you can switch back to the learning channel. Now that's a mouthful, let me explain it a little bit more. What happened here is that you have Omnidel a curious. A curious? A curious is something that helps curiosity to come up in our minds. How so? Well, we take plants in a plant library. Every plant that you see in the plant library here is something like this, which has a curious on it. And this curious has a very interesting question marked on it. In this case, the curious that you found had a question which says, how is 144 linked to MSME safety? And that created intrigue, and that helped you to take your cell phone out and you Omnideled the curious, and pop came the answer, what you're watching now. Now this is how Omnidel works. It recognizes the question, the image, the logo, all of that, and fetches the well-crafted answer from the cloud and plays it on people's phones, the ubiquitous smartphone. Now, in this case, the question that we are exploring is, how is 144 linked to MSME safety? And in order to answer that question, I have to take the help of this book. What is this? Let's just look at it closely. It is a book from the International Labour Organization, and as you can see, it is exploring the question, which is improving safety and health in micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. Now it's a big fat book. If we go inside this, what I find is the executive summary. Just let me read a line from itself. There is a wide range of factors influencing OSH, that is occupational safety and health, in MSMEs, and that's one of the biggest global challenges, is what it says. If I go inside, I see the whole table of contents, and there's a lot of stuff in here. But if you just see part one talks about, well, setting the scope. Why is safety and health in MSMEs an issue of concern? And that is a whole section on it. If we go to part two talks about mechanisms for improving OSH in MSMEs. As you can see now, what are the mechanisms? We can again go in, and it talks about active participation of social partners and so on, so many pages after pages of knowledge, treasure trove of knowledge, information and learning. Part 3, if we go to part 3, you can see it talks about moving forward with ILO programs on OSH for MSMEs, which means that ILO, the International Labour Organization, has this brilliant program on MSME safety. Now, ILO is not alone on this. The central government, the state governments, everyone who's involved with MSMEs have these kinds of programs, very important training programs, knowledge, information, wisdom, all of that. Yet, how many of the 13.5 million people who are employed just in the state of West Bengal, how many of the 86 lakh MSMEs which are operating in the state of West Bengal actually know about the existence of something like this? Or not only this, but all the other treasure trove of information and knowledge that exists out there. How many of the 13.5 million people are actually benefiting from these beautifully crafted programs of the state government, of the state MSME department, or the central departments, or the global agencies which are trying to do things for the MSMEs? And the reason is because it doesn't trickle down to the last mile. The reason is it doesn't trickle down in a manner that is very palatable, which is very easy. It doesn't trickle down to, even if you digitize and create a portal and all that, it just gets lost in the digital ocean. So what do? We can help that important information to surface through plant libraries. So plant libraries or galleries like this would be there in every MSME. And in the MSME, when a person who's working there just stumbles across a curious, they can just omnidel it and get the relevant information. All the knowledge and information can be broken into small nuggets. And just like this video, this particular answer that you are enjoying, just like that, all the different issues related to micro, medium, small enterprises, all the issues can be broken down into nuggets, and they can be put on the curiosity database for MSMEs, which can be accessed through these smart planters by omnidiling the curious. It's a two-way traffic, because once people get an answer, they can submit their own questions through this, and then we actually run contests which help people win these plants and take it back home where they display it, and then again the curious is available for anyone and everyone. So it creates an ecosystem of learning and development. Now, how good is that? Finally, you would say, why is the number 144 important? Well, the answer is very simple.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar. HDFC Bank also wishes to hand over a memento to Sri Pandey. I request Mrs. Manish Sinha, Senior Vice President, HDFC Bank, to kindly hand over the memento to Mrs. Sinha. Ms. Madhura Sharia, Head of Partnerships of Tata Business Hub. She is joining us digitally today, and I would like to request Ms. Sharia to share her thoughts on role of e-platforms in solving growth challenges for MSMEs. She is joining us digitally. Ms. Sharia, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and we can see you also here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be able to have this audience with you today on the occasion of MSME Day. Thank you, Shuma, for the introduction. I head partnerships in this organization called Tata Business Hub. We are a new company within the Tata Group, And in fact, we are setting up a holistic digital B2B platform for MSMEs in the country. I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber, MSMEDI, Kolkata, and all other partners for making this forum possible. It has been wonderful to hear the co-speakers here, especially Sri Pandey, Mr. Behra, and to hear the initiatives that have been taken at a cluster level for credit facilitation and more for the MSME sector in Bengal, and the progress that has been made. So on World MSME Day, let us take the opportunity to celebrate the 65 million strong MSMEs in our country. They are the bedrock of our economy, contributed to 45% of manufacturing output and 45% share of exports. They are pretty much the engine of growth of our economy and country. Of course, Bengal's contribution to this ecosystem is notable. At Tata Business Hub, we refer to these businesses not as MSMEs, but emerging businesses. And over the last 2+ years, emerging businesses have shown themselves to be incredibly resilient and strong. But we have to acknowledge that they face challenges. And these challenges have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. So at Tata Business Hub, we are in constant conversation with this sector, and by having these conversations with thousands of emerging businesses, we have understood that there are some major challenges that they face. For example, it is hard to get opportunities and expand reach. Businesses have limited connections and therefore a limited means to promote themselves widely and have access to relevant opportunities. They have limited resources to run and grow their business. We all know it: labor and talent crunch, lack of affordable working capital, tools to improve operations are just some of the key day-to-day challenges faced by SMBs. It is extremely tough to get the right information and advice. It is true that there is a lot of information and experts available, but finding the ones that are reliable, affordable, or available at the time of need is the challenge. And then there are challenges in going digital. While we all understand, and the last 2 years has only augmented or cemented that reality in our minds, that going digital is non-negotiable. Technology can be costly, it can be difficult to use, and sometimes with limited service or support, it often creates the perception of a very high time involvement, effort, and hassle for the SMB owners. And today, as we speak of how e-platforms can help MSMEs solve their challenges, let us first understand the benefits that data and technology can bring to MSMEs. At Tata Business Hub, we believe that digitization can help SMBs become globally competitive and efficient. And there is research to show that 51% of SMBs that cater to digital SMBs. So if an SMB is already digital, 51% of digital SMBs cater to customers beyond their catchment area, as opposed to only 29% of the offline SMBs. We have also realized that half of the digital SMBs cater to customers, like we said, beyond their catchment, as opposed to 30%. But they also employ 5x more employees as compared to offline SMBs. There are global comparables that show that digitized SMBs contribute more to GDP. For example, in India, with only 8% digital penetration in this sector, our contribution to GDP is in the range of 30%, a little over 30%, versus Brazil. With 35% digital penetration, there is almost a 50% contribution to GDP. And when we compare a developed economy like Canada, a 72% digital penetration has resulted in almost a 54 to 55% GDP contribution for this sector in the overall economy. So there is enough evidence for us to believe that by harnessing data and technology, we can help SMBs to become globally competitive, expand their role in global supply chains. And let us understand how we can make this possible. Let's take a look at some examples. And there is a role for that e-platforms can play in making this happen. So e-platforms can help SMBs in growing their business, solving their challenges, and optimizing their operations. So when we say growing their business, they can get new opportunities nationally and globally by setting up a trusted digital presence and connecting with prospective customers that were earlier beyond their reach. So creating a strong digital identity gives the business visibility, and through the right channels can help these SMBs in cultivating the reach that they need to expand their business. For solving that challenges, technology can enable easier and quicker access to credit digitally versus offline channels. Of course, we heard, financial inclusion is a major issue in the MSME sector. A very large proportion of MSMEs, when they apply for working capital credit, for example, get rejection. But even if they're eligible, the process to get capital can be cumbersome and time consuming. And this is where technology can provide the big unlock. And e-platforms today can bring solutions on lending, payments in partnership or in conjunction with the financial players that are there in the market today. There are the right set of tools, enablers can also help businesses in skill development, training, getting expert advice, information on best practices, industry trends that can significantly ease challenges in day-to-day operations. And when we talk about optimizing processes, access to software and service providers that can help automate processes, remove inefficiencies, can lead to a very large impact on savings in the cost base. For example, at Tata Business Hub, we are trying to provide a holistic suite of productivity and compliance software that are suited to needs of emerging businesses, whether it relates to inventory management, payroll, CRM, among others. These solutions are specifically curated with the SMB in mind. They are modularized, targeted, affordable, versus expensive, heavy-duty ERP solutions that don't really fit the bill for this sector. We also have a strong platform that enables businesses to access relevant tenders and quotations and build a network of connections to cultivate reach and scale. So with all these things that e-platforms can do for us, they can well be the catalyst that the MSME sector in India needs to adopt digital solutions to gain scale and efficiency. Cultivating that line of communication with the customer and connecting to a large customer base, thus creating increased business reach, increased business revenue, encouraging adoption of digital tools for better productivity. There are just so many ways we can leverage e-platforms to do that. Having said that, the platform themselves have a role to play, and we need to play it well. We need to ensure trust on the platform to enable buyers and sellers to transact with confidence, create simple and efficient workflows for SMBs to be able to adopt digital solutions, and ensure the right level of support with adoption and service on an ongoing basis. E-platforms have the capability to leverage the power of data and analytics to make solutions that were hitherto unavailable for this sector to their SMB customers. And honestly, that is the way with these interventions and we can really see e-platforms as being partners to take SMBs, to take them from being emerging businesses to established businesses. And that really is our vision at Tata Business Hub. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I believe that we are at the cusp of a very exciting journey for the MSME sector in this country. The commitment from the government, industry enablers and industry bodies, from the corporate sector, the rise of new players and platforms all set the stage for a very well thought out transformation, one where the digital interventions and adoption can help us accelerate the pace of growth. As Tata Business Hub, We look forward to engaging with you through our holistic B2B platform for MSMEs, tatanexarch.com. Thank you so much.
Hello. We hope this would help the MSMEs to address growth challenges immensely. And if there are queries from our MSME members, we'll definitely let you know about this Tata Nexarch and using the platform. Thank you, Ms. Seksharia, for joining us digitally. Now we request Shri Vanu Prakash Verma, General Manager of SIDBI, to kindly address us on credit linkages, a key to enhance business. Mr. Verma, please.
Distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this MSME Day. I am honored and pleased to join this distinguished gathering on the occasion of 5th MSME Day. As all are aware that the United Nations General Assembly designated 27 June as Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Day to raise awareness of the tremendous contribution of MSMEs to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. MSMEs globally account for almost 90% of the businesses, 60 to 70% of the employment, and 50% of the GDP. It's global figures. As the backbone of societies, everywhere they contribute to local and national economies and to sustaining livelihoods, in particular among the working poor, women, and youths, and groups in vulnerable sections of the society. In the Indian context, the MSME sector has emerged as a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of the Indian economy, which contributes significantly the economic and social development of the country by fostering entrepreneurship and generating large employment opportunities for the urban and rural people alike. MSMEs and ancillary units to large industries have contributed significantly in the inclusive industrial development of the country. Now the MSMEs are widening their domain across sectors of the economy, producing diverse range of products and services to meet demands of the newer domestic as well as global markets. The role of MSMEs in nation building, larger contribution to the economy further get reinforced by the fact that MSMEs, as my previous speakers have told about the figures on the contribution, almost that they contribute around 30% of the national GDP, 40 or 48 or 50% of the exports, and employment to around more than 11 crore people across the country. With so much contribution to the economy, exports and employment, small businesses are more than ever in need of support today. As they were badly impacted by the COVID pandemic, conflicts and various other recent developments which has impacted most the MSME sector in adverse way. They are the hardest hit by these multiple shocks, and at the same time a critical role in building a stronger economy. MSMEs need for improved business environment, access to finance, markets and technology in these fragile times are fundamental requirement for unlocking their full potential through inspiring innovation, creativity and decent work for all. As you are aware that SIDBI was established as principal financial institution for MSMEs to finance them, play a role in their development and policy advocacy. Over the years, SIDBI has contributed for development of MSME ecosystem in the country by introducing path-breaking changes. For the sake of time, I will list a few. SIDBI established Mudra for providing microloans and bringing unbanked into the mainstream. to overcome the difficulty of first-time entrepreneurs or MSMEs to avail the loans from the banking channels without providing collateral, SIDBI launched CGTMSE, which is catering to this MSME sector for availing loans from the banking sector without offering collaterals. Then SIDBI established Technology Bank to introduce newer technologies, bring the technologies from outside for better integration in the national MSME ecospace, ISTSL. SIDBI also brought in the venture capital into the MSME sector. SIDBI Venture Capital is giving venture funds to highly potential MSMEs. Besides above developments, SIDBI introduced equity and quasi-equity funding for MSME, which are perennially starved of equity. Every time they go for expansion, every time they go for fresh funding of loans, the equity becomes the constraint. To overcome that problem, SIDBI has introduced the equity scheme and quasi-equity schemes for MSMEs, which was actually a breakthrough scheme for MSMEs. Then, to obviate the problems of receivables, SIDBI introduced the Receivable Exchange of India, which is discounting the bills and giving money to MSMEs. Realization is getting faster. Then various flexible schemes to MSMEs during the past 2-3 years of COVID impact to overcome COVID impact. Many liquidity schemes were brought out to help the MSMEs to tide over the problems of COVID. As my previous speakers have told about, getting difficulty in financial loans from the banks, where MSMEs are being referred back, again their proposals are turned down. To overcome this problem, SIDBI has identified this problem earlier, and to overcome this problem, PSB 59 portal was launched. In that, entire process is digital driven, and the sanctions and everything is digitally conveyed to the promoters or of MSME. They can directly approach through the PSB 59 portal to any bank of their choice, which is offering them the best services. As mentioned by Secretary Sir about the cluster development scheme and other development which is providing help desk at the particular place, we are open to many more suggestions, many more. Sir, in this scheme CDP, we have in fact enlarge the scope. That is not only for MSME, it's basically now social infrastructure in and around MSME sector and other things which are indirectly helping MSMEs also can be covered under this scheme. Even tourism, even educational hubs, even PHCs, ITIs can be covered under this, and entire ecosystem for MSME can be developed through these schemes. Recognizing the importance of MSME in the economic development of the country, SIDBI is always open to the suggestions to bring in newer products, change in the existing ones. Request all of you to give your suggestions to help us in helping MSMEs. I thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing this MSME Day and inviting us for this great occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Verma. And, we are really thankful for, to you for making us aware about the initiatives that are taken by SIDBI. Thank you so much, Shri Verma. Now, we request Mr. Manish Sinha, Senior Vice President of HDFC Bank, to kindly deliver his address on easy availability of credit for MSMEs. Mr. Sinha, please.
পরিবর্তিত বাহনটাকে সঠিক চিনেছেন আর আপনার কারখানা প্রসারিত করেছেন। সুদূর পাহাড়ি ফলের স্বাদটা আপনার ওয়্যারহাউসের দৌলতে মনে রাখুক সমগ্র দেশটা। যে লেহেঙ্গার প্রয়োজন লন্ডনে, এখন আপনি তা লখনৌ থেকে পাঠাতে পারেন মাত্র 2 দিনে। ডিজিটাল করে আপনার অর্ডারের প্ল্যান, শাইন করেছেন আপনার দোকান। ছোট নার্সিং হোমে আপনার, বড় হসপিটালের মতো মেশিন বসানেবার। আপনার দূরদৃষ্টি এবং উদ্যম দিয়ে আপনি ব্যবসাটাকে ভবিষ্যতের দিকে নিয়ে যান এগিয়ে। এইচডিএফসি ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস আপনার এই ভবিষ্যৎকে সফল করতে অনেকগুলি সমাধান নিয়ে এসেছে। ইজি লোনস, ডিজিটাল সলিউশনস আর বিজনেস নলেজ। এইচডিএফসি ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস, প্রতিটি বিজনেস সফল হবে।
Good afternoon, everybody. Just past 12. My heartiest greetings on the occasion of MSME Day to everybody present in this hall and to our distinguished gentlemen on the stage. Right? In fact, most of it that I wanted to cover has been covered by Mr. Verma here. But then, right, the broader topic that I want to discuss is on the easy availability of loans. Right? Let us look at the opportunity we have on the MSME side. Right? Total commercial loan potential is about 50 lakh crores in the country. And in the banking sector, there's about 20 lakh. If you include NBFCs also, it's about 20 lakh crores. About 10 lakh crores has been, availed of by individuals, promoters who run their businesses, and it could be in the form of loan against property, loan against shares, personal loan, business loan, all kinds of loans. But these are not through the business entity, through their personal capacity. We still have about 20 lakh crores, which is a credit gap here. So clearly one can see that the upside that is available for banks, right? We have 20 lakh crores, another 20 lakh crores available from informal moving to formal sector. And that is the potential we are talking about, and that really sets the tone to tell banks are not shying away. They realize the potential of MSME as a very, very potent segment in their entire advanced portfolio, right? And this is where HDFC Bank comes in, right? When our team met Mr. Mitra last month, and we said we wanted to have a forum where we could interact with MSMEs. He said about this impending event, and he said, why not? I mean, after all, we are one of the leading banks here, right? Our total portfolio is about 3 lakh crores, almost 14% of total formal loan segment. If you really move out the NBFCs, we're talking about 18% market share. Clearly, and we have registered most handsome growth in the last 2 years. So COVID aside, if you've seen how the emergency credit lines were granted, and if you have read about it in newspapers, you have seen how HDFC Bank has been in the forefront, right? And that is one area we have really excelled. We have came forward and helped the MSME in need. And that actually is a testimony of our strength in this segment. In fact, we realize the importance of this MSME segment, and in fact, we have set up a very dedicated department called a CRB, which is a Commercial and Rural Banking, which apart from MSME remains the mainstay of this department, but then we also have agriculture, healthcare, and transportation group in that department. But then it is a department where it's being headed by Mr. Rahul Chukla, our group head, a corporate banking veteran, and he is trying to drive it to a next level altogether. In fact, our team on the ground, in Bengal itself, we have 257 branches, and we are doing MSME loans from all these 257 branches across all the districts. We are like present, we have a strong workforce. In fact, every branch has people who can attend to MSME loan applications. On West Bengal specifically, in fact, Mr. Pandey mentioned that fact, and I think it is a thing to celebrate that we actually crossed 1 lakh crores of MSME disbursement this year. Right? We met our annual credit plan, and that was one highlight of this year's SLBC concluding session meeting, where we actually crossed 1 lakh 2 crores. For HDFC Bank, typically against a plan of 2,500 crores, we did almost more than twice of what we were assigned to do. So that is the focus on MSME loans. So basically that really tells you that MSME loans is something that all banks are vying for. And in fact, this is a progress across all banks. I do represent HDFC Bank here, but then as the sole member from the commercial banks side, I think I would want to really commend the job done by all banks. And I think Mr. Pandey was very, very liberal in praising us, our member banks, the role of member banks in ensuring that we have reached this level of disbursement. Our MSME portfolio for HDFC Bank is almost close to 10,000 crores. Now, that is one big piece for us. And in fact, across the segments, right, and while MSME definition really encompasses people from lower turnover to absolutely high turnover up to 100 crores, we are also ensuring that we take care of all the MSMEs across the gamut, across the spectrum that belongs to. We have an EEG department, Emerging Enterprises Group department, which typically looks after less than 50 crores, and we have Emerging Corporates Group, which is ECG, and then we have corporate banking and business banking as well. So we have a strong workforce, which is not very far from this. Gilander is where we normally operate from, but really when the customers approach us, they come to our branches, and that is where the origination of our loan starts from, right? Our focus on digital side has been unprecedented. In fact, this is one area that we take great pride in, to tell you that most of the business entities are now digitally active. And when Ms. Madhura actually said that most of the digitally active customers go on to increase their market share, their business volume, and employ more people. We also believe that once you are digitally active on the platforms that we provide, there is just enough scope for growth for everybody. And that is what is happening across all our districts. When we actually onboard our customers, we ensure they become digitally active, right? They use the net banking, the e-net, and various other services that come on the digital platform. In fact, over the years, we have ensured that our consistency across portfolio is there. So when people want to apply for a loan, it is to HDFC Bank. They are looking at quick, expeditious disposal of application. They are trying to deal with people who are being transparent in the dealings. They want to know how quickly their loan application can be processed. They want to know the stages of the loans, and that is what we actually promise. In fact, apart from the processing fees and the interest rates, we obviously MSMEs get a concession. We are also talking about giving them a host of other facilities which come along with your accounts, right? When you actually apply for a bank guarantee in LC, you can actually do it on net. And it is no surprise that during the COVID, when most of us were in the confines of our home, our businesses actually went up substantially, because you did not need to visit the branch, right? If you had a stock statement to give, you could easily do it online, right? And your stock statement, the thing would have ticked that you have submitted your stock statement. There would not be any drop in your limits. There would not be any check bounces, and obviously there will be no penal interest. If the renewals had to happen, then we are doing it in quick time. You don't need to wait for 4 months, 5 months for your renewals to happen, right? And cases, look at it. In fact, you had an order which is coming up and you needed some ad hoc limit of 20%, 15%, and then it would also be processed in quick time. So those are the areas where we came in very strong, and I think that are the strength of HDFC Bank in this area. We firmly believe that our portfolio is behaving properly, our NPAs are at the all-time low, and we really have a lot to look forward to. In fact, there is a presentation to be made by my team substantially. I don't want to steal the thunder from them, but then I just wanted to tell you that this is the bank to come to, and since MSME is one area which is a key focus area for us, we want you to understand that we are going to make it seamless and transparent, and we want to make it completely digital for you as we come on board with us. In fact, we all understand that today's MSMEs are going to become mid-corporates of tomorrow, and they are also going to become corporates for later on. So we understand the potential of each MSME has, and we want to partner them in their growth, in their journey, in the life cycle, to ensure that everybody transitions to becoming a micro to small to medium to maybe a mid-corporate and corporate level. And I think HDFC Bank takes great pride in being a part of this entire banking ecosystem in West Bengal. And I think while we are doing our bit, there's so much yet to do. And thank you so much for this opportunity given to us to be a part of this MSME Day celebration. And I think with my team here, I think we again congratulate and we greet you warmly on this MSME Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, and we are really, really looking forward to the presentation which will be made by your team soon. Now we request Shri Debobroto Mitro, Director and Head of Office, MSME Development Institute, Kolkata, Government of India, to kindly deliver the concluding remarks. Sir, please.
Very good morning and congratulations and greetings from MSME DI on this International MSME Day. Respected Sri Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of MSME and Government of West Bengal, Mr. Behara, Chairperson, Manufacturing and MSME Committee, BCCI, Mr. Manish Shina from Senior Vice President from SDFC, Mr. Varma, General Manager, SIDB, State in charge, GEM Portal, distinguished guests, speakers from other organizations, and my dear colleagues and representatives from MSMEs. Today, we are here to celebrate MSME Day with a focused attention on two very important issues. One is credit linkages and another is e-marketing. Now, actually, it is a boon in disguise that during the COVID time, we have felt the acute need of digital business platforms to survive and grow. Now, we have passed through a period of acute financial crunch and depended heavily on the banks and NBFCs for various government schemes announced by the state and central government. Today, I am extremely privileged and happy to be here with you to disseminate some information that is we must know and take the benefit. I will not go in the brief, in the details of the schemes, but I will give you the brief of the various government schemes that we have. Actually, we don't know whether the fourth wave of COVID is coming or the third world war is coming, but whatever is there, actually, we Indians are having indomitable spirit. We have a determination, we have self-reliance, motivation to fight in our own way, and ultimately at the end of the day, we like to be a winner. So an MSME enterprise struggles not only for its own survival, but actually it is a chain of people for whom they are actually struggling. That is their customers, their suppliers, all other in the business circle. So we must therefore try to get, the first thing is real-time data and information. Everybody in the audience was telling about the data and information that is important for us. So I always say that information is the strongest tool of the day. Now in the same manner, we are learning so many things, but we should also unlearn something. Now what has to be unlearned? We must unlearn from our mindset the old concept, the technologies and the methods that actually are now obsolete. So actually it is doing more harm to us. So with the advancement of time, we also need motivation, and motivation is the strongest power. So adoption of right tool and adoption of effective power, that is the keys to survive and grow. Now coming directly to the various benefits, first of all I will tell that Uddam registration portal, as per the National Sample Survey, West Bengal stands second as regards the number of enterprises. And West Bengal accounts for 11.6% of MSMEs in the country. So, but unfortunately, what we have seen that we covered only rather it is our deficit. We could reach to motivate around 3 lakh units to register in Uddam registration so far. Actually, it is not just 3 lakh. Today I am checking the figures. It was 2 lakhs 90 something. So many units are not yet registered under Uddam registration. Unless you are registered under Uddam registration, you cannot get the benefits of the government. This is one part. So this is started from 1st of July 2020. All other units who are earlier registered in the Uddam Aadhaar, now they have to go come out with Uddam registration. So here comes, we have EDC set up in our institute for handholding assistance. It takes only half an hour time to register in the Uddam registration. So please do come and get this benefit. Micro units are now exempted from the requirement of GSTIN in the Uddam registration. And for priority lending, retail and wholesale trade sector can now be in the portal. Even urban street vendors are included in this portal from 2nd of August 2021. So these are the things we must know and we must act. For delayed payment, MSME Samadhan portal is active. So grievance can be uploaded in the portal. In the COVID time, actually in this portal, through this portal, we have got a lot of grievances solved. And about 80 crores dues of the MSMEs have been cleared through this initiative. Then I will come to the MSME Champion Scheme. Now these have been formulated by merging all components of others TUS scheme. Earlier it was known as TEUS scheme. Now all these components are in the MSME Champion Scheme. It has three components. One is MSME Sustainable or Z, zero effect, zero defect. This scheme has already been announced and registration process has been started. So this is the first time the Government of India has started our own quality circle. So QCI is the implementation and certifying authority. So we must go for Z certification now. We have a lot of reimbursement schemes. We can discuss later on this. We have MSME innovative part of the champion scheme where incubation, IPR, design and digital MSME are incorporated. This scheme is also announced very recently, and except the digital MSME part, all these parts are active. Already we are uploading the new ideas or innovations in this portal. Already experts committee has been formed, and this year these feasible ideas are being checked by the expert committee, and if they give the go forward signal that it can go to the host institutes, we have already identified around 27 host institutes in West Bengal. So these ideas to the host institute for commercial expansion as MSMEs that may come. So also we have set up a IP Facilitation Center in MSMEDI Kolkata. You can always come and get the first-hand information from this center. Another scheme is MSME Competitive or Lean that is coming up soon. This year we have also getting to set up a export facilitation cell in our MSMEDI to give you export-oriented services. Talking about the public procurement policy, 25% annual procurement from the MSME is made mandatory for central government offices and central public sector undertakings. So this is a very good marketing effort for MSMEs. But we are also requesting the state government, Secretary Sir was there earlier, we had a talk with him also. We are requesting the state government to get their own industrial policy where public procurement policy must be included. So ministry is monitoring that. Also we have a MSME Sambandh portal where you can also see, and we all can see why these CPSUs, whether they are actually maintaining this public procurement policy or not. So around 7.5 lakhs MSCs now onboarded on the GEM portal. We have a MOU signed with GEM authorities for mobilizing maximum number of MSMEs. As we have been talking about the clusters, this is the flagship scheme of the ministry. We have two parts. One is Common Facility Center and one is infrastructural development. I am happy to say that so far, along with the state government, we have completed 7 such CFCs and 3 more are ongoing. We have also taken up 2 new projects under for setting up of CFC in the current financial year. We hope we will do that. 4 infrastructural development projects under completion stage and 5 already projects completed under this scheme. So with the state government, we are trying to do as much CFCs as possible. We have technology centers. You can have the assistance from our technology centers. Pan-India, we have 18 such centers and 7 numbers are upcoming. Then Ministry of MSME, Global Environment Fund and UNIDO have taken up a project on promoting market transformation for energy efficiency in MSMEs. Key executing partner is Energy Efficiency Services, EESL, SIDBI and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And we have a target of 86,000 tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction per year. Also, we have started, there is a work together with the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change. So we are working together for prohibiting single-use plastic from July 2022. Under National Hydrogen Mission, a task force already constituted and they are exploring the possibility of utilization of hydrogen as fuel. First of all, it will be taken in glass and ceramic industries, then we will go for other sectors. We are also creating an environment for new entrepreneurs through our training and capacity building called ESDP scheme. Now this year we have chalked out 42 such programs all over the state in various districts. NSIC and KVIC, they have their also own schemes for handholding and providing various assistances. We have also a very attractive scheme of procurement and marketing support. Under this procurement and marketing support scheme, we provide reimbursement to the MSEs who participate in various approved domestic fairs. Associations can also apply for organizing various events, fairs and seminars under this scheme. And we conduct state level vendor development programs, national level vendor development programs for creating CP issues vendors under this scheme. So this is a very important scheme for all of us. This year also we are having a national MSME award scheme. I am happy to say that we have already conducted the national awards and three category of awards have been backed from the state of West Bengal. On 30th of this month, our Honorable Prime Minister will hand over these awards to the those who have backed this award, National MSME Award. We also undertake project vetting. In fact, we have built a very good relationship with the bankers, with the various banks. We can forward your projects to the bankers directly if it is found technically feasible and commercially viable. So with this, I once again invite all of you to visit us, to take the benefit given by the government, suggest your views so that we can also serve you for your future demands and future challenges. Thanks to BCCI for inviting me and taking this opportunity of sharing my views with you, all of you. Once again, thank you and greetings on the MSME Day.
Thank you, sir. And sir has been supporting us for all our initiatives related to MSME development and enhancement of business. He has been supporting us all the time. Thank you, sir. As a token of appreciation, we would like to hand over small mementos to all the distinguished speakers who have kindly taken out their time and shared their thoughts on enhancing MSME businesses. We request Mr. Saurav J. Sarkar, head of Karmiyog, which has set up the plant library at the venue to mark the World MSME Day, to kindly hand over a plant to Mr. Sanjay Behra from their plant library. Now I request Mr. Sarkar to hand over a plant to Mr. Sinha. Please hand over a gift of a memento to Mr. Verma. And now to Sri Mitra. We thank you once again for giving your time. Now we will go to the next session. We'll just take 2 minutes of time to just change over the dais. So we'll just take 2 minutes of time for changing over.
SMEs constitute the heartbeat of the world's most powerful economies. The Mittelstand, as SMEs are called in Germany, comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments.
Kindly be seated. We'll be starting the next
SMEs
session very soon. Kindly be seated.
and machine enterprises.
Request our colleagues to request all the delegates who are present there to be seated, please.
Mainly composed of SMEs, accounts for 90% of all businesses and makes a contribution to over 60% of GDP. Today in India, SMEs account for 45% of industrial output and 40% of the country's total.
All the speakers will be here, so you can do the networking during the lunch time. After the technical session 1, we will go for the lunch break. So I will request all of you for the networking during the lunch time, please. All the delegates, request all the delegates, the speakers will be here. The speakers will be here, so we will get networking time during the lunch break. Request you to kindly take your seat, please, so that we can start the next session. Request our colleagues to kindly make the arrangements so that we can start the technical session 1.
Defense and aviation sectors are throwing open requirements for individualization.
We are going to start the technical session 1 now. So we are requesting all the delegates here to be
the key to inclusive growth.
seated, please, and we can do networking during the lunch
Make in
time.
India as the buzzword. The future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together.
To start the technical session 1, which is exploring global market by leveraging e-platforms. The theme of the next session is exploring global market by leveraging e-platform. I request Mr. Praveen Kumar Wilson Purte, Chief of Marketing Flat Products Tata Steel, to kindly come to the stage. I also request Mr. Bishwajit Shorkar, State in Charge and Master Trainer GEM Portal West Bengal, to kindly come to the stage, please. Now we request all the delegates to be seated, please, so that we can start the next session, and during the lunch time we may do the networking. Kindly take your seats so that we can start the next session. Request all of you to please network during the lunch time. Excuse me. We request you to do the networking kindly during the lunch time because our distinguished speakers are waiting at the stage. Now I request Mr. Praveen Kumar Wilson Purte, Chief of Marketing Flat Products Tata Steel, to kindly deliver the keynote speech and presentation on digital solution for MSMEs, DIGECA for steel. Sir, please.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again. We start the technical session for celebrating the World MSME Day for 2022. It's my privilege to speak on this occasion, and as Tata Steel, we have been involved and engaged in a very organized way with the MSME industry for the last 15 years now. And there are many things which we have done. But as we just look back into the last 2 years of the pandemic, we realize that there are miles to go. If you look at one hand, we today serve almost 10,000 of MSME customers across the country. Out of these 10,000 MSME customers, we have found that our customers have grown by almost 10 to 20% last year, which is very good news. And I'm talking about an all India statistics. Our supplies also have grown by 20% to the MSMEs. I'm sure in West Bengal also it would be similar. Today I am talking on behalf of steel being supplied to the MSME sector. One of the very remarkable things which we see last year is, if I look at, or rather let me just put a noise that was coming to us all across, is that the MSMEs are not getting enough steel. That was something which was coming. And when we go deep inside, then we see MSMEs are not getting enough value-added steel. Now, one of the big shifts that took place is our MSME industry has grown a lot in terms of the share of exports. And of our customer base, almost 30%, what used to be 5% of steel which was processed and made into various components and exported, this 5% went up to almost 30%. And as steel started moving to various countries, the demand for value-added steel went up. And that is where the steel industry was slightly kind of finding it a challenge to cope up to this growing demand for exports of steel components. This is good news. So as the theme and the topic for this year is, which is in terms of going into global markets and credit linkages, one of the challenges that, as I described, was in terms of how can we catch up in terms of a different kind of steel requirements which are required globally versus what is required in India. So that is one big change that has come upon. And India itself is growing in various sectors. The kind of steel that is required is also changing, and that is how the steel, as steel industry are trying to change ourselves and adapt to that. But as we support the MSME industry into global markets, one of the very important factors what we have seen is in the last 2 years, if you see in during the COVID times, there is a supply chain breakdown which we saw. And this supply chain breakdown, if we have to address, then it is very important to see as to how the supplier and the channel as well as the MSME customers are connected well. So supply chain then becomes a very important part of the growth story of MSMEs into the global markets. And this is one aspect which we saw which was found wanting. But that's, at the same time, during the pandemic, we also saw that digital was embraced in a big way. And this is where the story meets in terms of when the MSME industries want to grow as well as go global, the supply chains need to be more resilient and more efficient. And at the same time, this can be provided as a solution through digital, which was being embraced not only by the MSME industry, but each one of us sitting here in our personal lives also. So that is where we found a matching need which was there and the solution which could be provided. We had a hypothesis about it even before the pandemic, maybe a year before pandemic, and we had started this, but in a very small way. But this took shape and really grew in the last 2 years. And some of the insights that we have is in terms of if MSMEs need to grow and global, then still one of the core needs in terms of the supply chain is how do we ensure visibility, how do you ensure timely raw material availability, reliability of the supply chain. So this particular thing, and at the same time, one of the things as the supply chain broke down, or rather in the last 2 years, was it showed signs of weaknesses or disconnect. So, and at the same time, if I add the volatility which was there in the market, which all of you have seen, I think somewhere there was a need that was coming out from the MSMEs across the country, that they want to be, first of all, transparency, but at the same time they felt that if they are connected with the mother mill, all the suppliers directly instead of the trade or channel, maybe there is a better way to do business. This is something which we caught on, and we find that MSMEs do want direct connect with steel supplier, they want transparency, and they want visibility. And around these three needs, when we studied the typical the customer journey of an MSME, we found that if we look at the journey, this journey is, there is a stage where there is a decision to buy and an information search in terms of which supplier meets my need, shortlisting the supplier, and in terms of engaging in finalizing the orders, etc. Across this customer journey, we studied that there are some weaknesses that we need to overcome. If you see in the first stage of the journey, we find that there is a scope where customers want to be connected to Tata Steel and to the marketing channel directly. And because there is a limitation in the access which we were providing, and that something needs to be done there. In terms of when it comes to buy for their application, there was a need to, in terms of improved technical support from the channel. Although we do give technical support in helping which is the best grade to buy, which best SKU, how can it be delivered better, but I think there was a need to improve this. Also in terms of some kind of a belief that if MSME gets connected to the company directly, maybe the commercial terms would be better. It may or may not be the case, but that was something which was there in the mind, and we could see that. So hence a greater level of transparency and the financial options that are available was required. Similarly, when we say in terms of a reliable supply chain, there was commitment in terms of what will the customer receive, when will they receive, the fulfillment part. That is something which needed, if I have to extend myself, needed a kind of a guarantee, so that with limited working capital and stocks, the MSMEs in the manufacturing sector and engineering exports should be able to run their business. And that is something that they wanted, because this is an area which does a great help. And similarly, in terms of authenticity of the material, the processed material which is there, and in terms of how their orders were being taken care of at the supplier and the steel mills. And then obviously there is a post-sales need also in terms of how the complaints are addressed, how various knowledge and skill building activities can be done together, etc. So there were plenty of opportunities for improvement we saw. And that is where we built our digital platform, or rather improvised it to the next level. The first thing that we did is we actually integrated. Digica is a platform where the MSME, our distributors and Tata Steel, they connect on a single platform, where we help through infoware management and product cataloging to capture the inquiries and to see that consumers are now in a position to choose the right kind of steel which is suitable for their application in terms of value in use, in terms of cost, in terms of yields, in terms of efficiency. Then in terms of engaging with our application expert, in terms of which is the right mill to engage with. And then we have a digital solution in which, in the form of chatbots, which addresses on the platform standard queries which are there, either in terms of grades and material, or in terms of pricing, in terms of delivery periods, etc. And also we have parallelly a physical touch points through our application engineers at the nearer to the customers, and also at the company level, to engage with both technical as well as commercial closures. And thereafter then it moves into on-platform delivery commitments. So this is one place. The benefit of a platform is the MSME gets a direct commitment from the company as to when their material will be delivered. So despite buying steel from a distributor or a processing center, which is the delivery or the fulfillment arm, the commitment is given directly by the company in terms of when the steel would be delivered. So there is a higher level of commitment that comes in through the platform. And then all the documents which are supposed to be received at various points of time while doing business are all available in a single place on the Digica platform. And there is a periodic notification of the order status. You know, lead times in steel are anywhere between 30 to 45 days, and there is a continuous engagement from the platform with the customer as to what is happening with their orders. So all of these are made very transparent. And then post that, there is in terms of if there is how the vehicle moves, when will it reach, all of these are also available then on the platform so that it can be tracked. And at the end of it, in terms of post-usage, whether it's a complaint or there is a query or there is a expertise, knowledge that is required on application, are all available on this platform. And all of this is on the digital platform is built over a layer which is there are three parts of things which are running. One is all of the steel that we manufacture is 100% processed at our service centers, the distributor service centers, and these are all ACE++ certified, which means it can guarantee the tolerances in terms of the various processed steel in whichever size, shape and form that is required. So that is something which we do to upgrade our service centers, and there is a guarantee which comes around that. Just like you have a steel which is in terms of the spec guaranteed, the processed steel also is guaranteed through the service centers. Then we also run various technical VIUs. VIU is value in use, where we work along with the customers in terms of how to help them to optimize steel usage, to optimize their cost and yield at their shop floor. And then apart from that, so that is in terms of usage of steel. Then we also have in terms of provide solution, which is now linked into the platform, which is the working capital solution. It's a platform where there are, I will share a little bit more of this later on. But so this is now kind of an end-to-end omni-channel, which takes care of right from the time when an MSME needs a kind of steel, and how this platform will help to choose, ensure that the choice is a smart one, where there is a cost saving, there is value, and in terms of transparency and a real-time update of what is happening, and so that they are kind of prepared. So our delivery is linked and can be then linked to the production plan of the MSME. So that is how we are going ahead just now. These are in various stages. Just now what is there for the customer as in the stage one is, there is in terms of cataloging, which helps you to choose material, which is helpful for your entire production, operation, cost management, etc. There is real-time cataloging, which means our catalogs get populated as and when new requirements come in. There is, as I had mentioned, orders and triggers across the platform at various stages. There is, in the platform, there is, the MSME need not finalize with the distributor in terms of the commercial terms, but is being done on the platform so that there is transparency between the company, the distributor, and the MSME. And at the end, what we have just now in the stage where we are in, where the complaints can be directly logged onto the company, and the company will take responsibility to resolve the complaints instead of the distributor or the channel. So this is where we are. I would request to play there is a small AV which talks a little bit more about this, and then we will continue. So the AV basically describes various features of the Digica platform, and you can connect in terms of how it can be useful for your business. This is just now primarily about steel. In the first session, you would have heard about Tata Business Hub. Tata Business Hub is a similar platform but connecting across product categories beyond steel. So that is how both the platforms are also interconnected.
The MSME segment in India is the foundation and backbone of our manufacturing economy, making an immense contribution to the country's GDP and employment landscape. Tata Steel meets the diverse needs of MSMEs with its ever-widening product and service offerings. With a channel strength of over 80 channel partners, Tata Steel caters to a loyal customer base of over 10,000 MSMEs. Maximizing customer opportunity is a focus right through the relationship lifecycle. The world of Tata Steel's ECA brands spans hot-rolled, cold-rolled, and coated products. Each product offering is customized for its specific market segments with advantages to boost customer competitiveness. Tata Astrum has redefined the market with best-in-class hot-rolled coils and sheets. Tata Astrum Solar supports India's flagship solar mission. Tata Steelium has set a benchmark in cold-rolled steel to help shape dreams. Tata Steelium Neo meets the need for higher quality stringency in specific segments. Galvano is India's first zero-sprangled galvanized offering for unparalleled sophistication. Responding to the needs of various segments, the coated product basket has been augmented for over the last 2 years. Galvaros is hot-dipped galvanized steel that fulfills the need for economic sustainability. Galvanova is a double-coated offering that respects environmental concerns. Color Nova is a premium color-coated offering that meets the need of social sustainability, coloring the future with opportunities, empowering customers, enhancing capability, and partnering customer on a journey of growth is a priority. SMEs constitute the heartbeat of the world's most powerful economies. The Mittelstand, as SMEs are called in Germany, comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, electronics, and machine enterprises. Nearly 30.2 million SMEs form the backbone of the US economy, the private sector in China, mainly composed of SMEs, accounts for 90% of all businesses and makes a contribution to over 60% of GDP. Today in India, SMEs account for 45% of industrial output and 40% of the country's total exports, generating employment for 60 million. By year 2025, 50 million enterprises could be the growth drivers for a 5 trillion economy. What would it take? Indian SMEs need to embrace new technologies and processes to develop and sustain a global competitive advantage. Automation, cloud computing, data analytics, Industry 4.0, 3D printing, with the thrust on transport infrastructure, railways, power and renewable energy, opportunities abound. The electric vehicle market is largely untapped. India is expected to command leadership in EV space with a projected share of 30% of new vehicles sold by 2030. Defense and aviation sectors are throwing open requirements for indigenization of spares and components. In food, in agri-businesses, SMEs hold the key to inclusive growth and play a critical role in India's future. With Make in India as the buzzword, the future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together.
Digital technology is today's driver of convenience, erasing barriers, removing inefficiencies, improving the whole experience. Digika is Tata Steel's exclusive offering for the MSME segment version 1.0, was launched in 2018, initially connecting our channel partners. In 2022, the service was extended to MSME customers, allowing them to explore and make purchases online with complete transparency at every stage of the process. The features are easy to use and navigate. Easy sign-up option to get a glimpse into the multifaceted world of Tata Steel. A strong relationship begins with better understanding. Comprehensive profile page allows us to understand customers better. Recent inquiries and PO status allows users to get a quick glimpse into the status of their requests at one place. Quick product search is easily facilitated, and one can search both by grade and by segment. The inquiry module is created for convenience, easy inquiry form, bulk inquiry, and frequently ordered SKU. Customers stay connected on the go with custom notifications, mail triggers, and regular status on orders. Documentation on the platform allows each customer to view invoices easily. Have a complaint? The complaint module allows you to raise your issue and connect with Tata Steel. You can also view the status of your complaint and issues resolved. The gallery feature allows users to access a wealth on knowledge-sharing videos presented by experts from various fields. Digika is Tata Steel's digital solution to strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India, catapulting the segment towards new horizons of growth and helping them to script India's growth story.
Thank you. So, what you saw just now is the middle section as you see in the screen. Yeah, we are back on the screen. So we started this journey of connecting with and for the MSME business on digital around 2018, as you would heard. We started the first phase where we connected our distributor, and that is where we created an inquiry management platform for all the channel partners. So this was the first time in the last 3 years where we could get a visibility of what our MSME customers were buying from the distributors. Today, before that, it was opaque. So there was a need which was fulfilled in some way. We did not know whether it was an efficient way or not. But today we have a visibility and we know whether we are doing, our channel partners are doing good or not doing good in terms of what are the service levels, etc. So this is the first block on the left shows in terms of the transparency that we created of how business is being done. From a connected distributor, we are just now in the video, what you saw was a connected customer phase of the Digica. And this is where this is a complete omni-channel where order generation from the MSME is direct onto the platform, just like any other you buy from Amazon, or for a B2B, we have Alibaba or Moglix. There is the customer can place orders onto the company directly, and the fulfillment is being done by our channel partners who have ACE++ certified service centers. So we are in the second block just now. And today we have, out of almost 10,000 customer base, we have 3,000 customers who have registered onto the Digica platform. 1,500 of them are doing business on an active way. And by this March, we intend to have all our 10,000 customers open into the platform and doing business on this completely. And beyond that, our next year's plan is to open up to the entire, not only our customers, but new and potential customers. So that is how this platform, in a very small way, which started, is now kind of transforming the entire business of ours into digital and then opening up to the entire MSME space. So this is our plan going forward. But one of the important things which we will do, because the need is huge, the gaps, as I showed you in red in the previous slides, are something which not one company can cater to, and that is why, and take care of it alone. So one of the things which we have said is, we will look up to the ecosystem. So there are a lot of, for example, the financing ecosystem is what we are looking for in terms of ensuring that the third-party financing is there for all of our MSME current and potential customers. We are also in discussion with the fleet aggregators, so both fintech companies as well as the new age logistics providers, if I may call it. We are also in connect with the capability building agencies to ensure that how and what kind of capability building needs are there with the MSMEs, and this will also be through the platform. We are also looking at digital provides or has a power to actually customize all the offerings to the need of one single MSME. So that then becomes our segment. Today, all the 10,000 customers we have segmented into 80 micro segments. So we look at the entire MSME industry into 80 micro segment only for steels. And that is how we have developed our value proposition, our offering. But from 80, which we are trying to manage somehow in the physical realm, we will, in the digital space, we will try to see that can we become a 10,000 offering for each MSME their own. So that is, in terms of hyper-personalization, is what we intend to get into. We are also looking at not only processing centers of our distributors, but open to processing centers, third-party owned or private processing centers, if I may call it. So there will be, as we move into the third phase, maybe next year, we will be in a big way connecting, and just like if you can imagine, when a large, say, Maruti plant starts, the entire vendor base, or Tata Motors has a plant, entire vendor base is created. That is what we see in terms of going forward, creating a large pool of ecosystem, and the businesses that then it will also generate indirect in terms of for the MSMEs themselves. We currently, what we are doing, apart from the Digica platform, we have a platform called eCafes. You can Google it and go there. There's a lot of, this is our engagement platform where webinars, skill building sessions, various product knowledge, product information, our steel making information, various things are covered, and this is available to each one of us in this room, not only our customers, but potential customers also. Apart from that, we also continue our physical engagement with our customers. We connect with, as I said, 10,000 customers of ours. We ensure that at least once in a year we connect with them, because it's a large number and fragmented across the country. So physical connect is difficult, but that is what we try to do. But with digital, I think the number of engagements and connect will be much, much more. So that is what we envisage going forward, that we will be able to engage more, we will be able to connect more, we will be able to resolve more, we will be able to help our customers more, and thereby ensure growth of the MSME sector. Just a small solution that we have, it's called Urja. Urja is basically like we have financing solution between the company and the distributor. This is a financing solution between the distributors and the 10,000 MSMEs. So this is one platform. It is a joint venture between Metal Junction and Tata Steel, and this is where we provide unsecured working capital for the MSMEs. In the platform, there are now 7 banks and NBFCs. Just now, we have sanctioned limits, this slightly old dated, roughly around 100 crores is what we have sanctioned limits to 100 customers. Roughly, we are sanctioning 1 crore for every MSME customer. And currently, it is for Tata Steel customers, but soon we will open it up to non-steel customers also. This is what we are planning to go forward with a solution. And this will be done along with Tata Business Hub, where the non-steel categories are also part of the Tata Business Hub Nexark platform. Today, we have done, it's been almost, I think, around 3 years, and in 3 years we have done almost 270 crores of business through this platform. So this is another thing which we believe, it's a small drop in the ocean, but many such, and this is going to grow, that is the second, and we are in discussions with various other banks, fintechs, and we expect that this will very rapidly grow and provide the much needed working capital finance for our customers and potential customers. Just to end with, I will just, there have been times where steel prices shot up and to the discomfort of our customers. One of the schemes which we launched in January in discussion with various ecosystem partners, various ministries, as well as other steel players. And this is one scheme. If you are a customer of steel, there is a special pricing scheme which is there. Over and above what you buy in terms of and fixed prices with the distributors, as you saw in the platform also, there is a kind of a rebate which is given over and above that. It's a sizable chunk of rebate. I think it is also put in one of the banners out there, but there is a contact way to connect and to know more about the scheme. So you can come to digika.marketing@tatasteel.com and directly connect, and details about the scheme and how this will help you to reduce your cost drastically in terms of steel purchase. And this scheme is a limited period scheme, started in January and will end in the month of March. So there is still time. Do connect and avail the benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Purti, for telling us in details about the schemes, and we will also circulate the schemes amongst our MSME members so that they can avail this scheme for enhancing their businesses. Thank you, sir. Now we have Mr. Bishwajit Shorkar, State in Charge and Master Trainer, GEM Portal, West Bengal. Now I request Mr. Sarkar to kindly give the presentation, sir.
So a very warm welcome to all the participants, and thanks a lot to Bengal Chamber for this invitation to speak and communicate with you all on this MSME Day. So being a GEM representative, so I will try to take you through the benefits that we have introduced through this new initiative through government e-marketplace. So GEM, as you all know, is a national public procurement portal which was started in 2016, 9th August, and it was been created for the public procurement system, where the complete public procurement system is being digitized. And why it is being digitized? To bring more efficiency to the public procurement system, to fasten the public procurement system. Its main benefits is completely a cashless, is completely a contactless, and it's completely a paperless platform. So some of the key stakeholders of these platforms are, the internal stakeholders are us, the GEM SPV team, the MSP team, and the project management unit team. So as you all know that GEM can be used only by the government public procurement system. So all the government organizations, starting from state government, central government, all the Ministry of Defense organizations, Ministry of Railways, and various PSUs now has to do the procurement through this platform. So GEM was being mandatorized by the government by amending the rule of GFR. So GFR, as you all know, stands for General Financial Rule, which is also the Bible of public procurement system. So as per GFR rule number 149, it has been mandated that all the general goods and services which are available in this platform has to be mandatorily procured through government e-marketplace only. So the sellers on this platform can be the manufacturer, which we termed as OEM, that is original equipment manufacturers, all the authorized resellers of these OEMs, MSCs, startups, or any authorized service providers. So if you can see on the screen or in the PPT some of the key statistics of what GEM has achieved in these 5 years of its journeys are the number of government users only registered in this platform or doing the procurement through this platform are more than 60,000 plus. The product that is being available in this platform are more than 42 lakhs. The number of orders is more than 1 crore now. And GMV, that is the transaction value that has happened through this platform, is more than 2,62,000 CR. So that is absolutely a huge amount of public procurement transaction which has been happening through this platform. So the main part which we are encouraging today is on the MSME part, and as you can see on the screen, the number of percentage, the order value that is being given to the MSCs are 55% plus out of the total transaction value of 2 lakh crores and above. 55% plus has been awarded only to the MSME sellers. So how this is happening? This is happening through the various government initiatives or schemes which government give as per the policy for MSME. So the biggest win for GEM came in last financial year, where GEM has achieved 1 lakh crore transaction value in one financial year. And now GEM is currently being recognized in top 5 public procurement portal on global market, and it is contributing almost 0.5% of the nation's GDP. So as you can see on the screen, how the seller registration has evolved in this platform, where we have started with only hardly 1,500 sailors on 2016. Now we have more than 44 lakh registered sailors on this platform. So if I talk about some of the key statistics of West Bengal, of what public procurement has been done and what are the transaction MSE sailors has done through this platform. So the number of sailors, the MSE sailers who are registered in this platform from West Bengal are 24,872. The order that has been generated only to MSE are 57%, considering 43% to non-MSE sailor. So this has been happening because in the state of West Bengal, or government of West Bengal has only mandatorized the procurement for all its department for all MSE sailors who are registered on West Bengal only. So bid which has been floated, or the procurement which has been done in this platform, where the benefit is been given for all the MSE sailors who are registered from West Bengal only. So the transaction that has happened through this platform through West Bengal are almost 750 crore as per the screen which is being showing on to you all. The average annual procurement that is being done on monthly basis is almost 27 crore, and volume is 351 order is being generated. So some of the top categories which has been procured through this platform through the states are computer, which is the highest selling category for the state, which is valuing of 111 crore. Passenger motor vehicle, there are PP bags, specialized recreational vehicles which various corporations and other departments uses. Medical equipment we are facilitating on day-to-day basis. Health department procure large number of medical equipment through this platform. Fire and fitting equipments is being done by the fire and emergency department. There are various vehicle body trailers and personal communication system which are on the top 10 categories that is being procured through this platform. So there are various events and sessions we are doing on regular basis for the awareness of the portal on West Bengal, because as you can see, only 25,000 MSE sailers are registered on this platform. So there is an ample scope for the MSE sailers to get registered and to work with the government organizations. So what are the key advantages that we provide for any sailers who gets registered in this platform? So it's a one-stop shop for all kind of public procurement mode of procurement. So it gives direct access to all government departments. So previously what is happening for all sailers, they has to do a single registration if they want to work with any government organization. Like for defense, you have to register on defense portal. For railways ordering, so you have to register on railways portal. For PAC, you have to register on CPP portal, that is Central Public Procurement Portal. And working with the state government, you have to register in West Bengal Tender Portal. So after the introduction of GEM, there is no requirement for you all to get registered in various portal. So this is the one place where you need to register and offer your product or services which you like to offer to any government organization, because all the government organizations are registered in this single platform only. And another thing is that with one registration, you can sell both your product as well as any services. For if you are a product seller or also you offer various maintenance services, you can do it with one registration only. So it's provide a dynamic pricing where price can be changed as per the market condition of the product raw material, strong vendor rating system, the new product suggestion facility. If you are new, a startup organization where you are launching any innovative product, and that you want to work and sell to any government organization only, through the startup runway feature, you can sell it to any government organization. New and event section is there for any regular updates and notification which we send only to the registered sellers through this platform. For any new product, for any new services, for any events that we are actually doing, all those notification will be sent to the registered sellers only. And also what is new on GEM section is there for regular updates. So this is this 4 basic mode of public procurement system that a government organization, any government organization can adopt or do the procurement through government e-marketplace as per CVC and GFR. So 25,000 can be done by any government organization through the direct purchase mode, where they are doing this for frequent purchases which they require on day-to-day basis, where they just need to log into the portal and then select the product and to place the order to that particular seller. Second, we have L1 purchasing or comparison purchasing. So as per GFR, its mandate any procurement value that is from 25,000 to 5 lakh rupees, the government organization has to compare between 3 different brands or 3 different sellers, and which the system shows as the product to be procured can be done through the direct purchase up to the value of 5 lakh rupees also. The third procurement purchase as per GFR that we provide through this platform is, the most important one is the bidding process. So as per GFR, it is mandated that any procurement value which is above 5 lakh has to be done through bidding process only. But there is no minimum value for the government organization to do the bidding process. Means if the procurement value is of 10,000 rupees or 40,000 rupees, still that organization can go for bidding process. And the fourth one is PAC purchase, which the government organization can adopt to. So PAC stand for Proprietary Article Certificate Specific Purchase. So as per GFR rule number 166, it is informed that any government entity want to procure any PAC specific product need the approval of the competent authority. With that, they can go for any brand specific purchase for their requirement of their office. So this is the basic 4 mode of public procurement mode that we use through government e-marketplace. So regarding a seller functionality, any seller who can be registered in this platform will be the primary seller. And to that primary seller, we give an option for them to create any secondary seller for their office and for their organization. Like for example, if I talk about any proprietorship firm, so the proprietor or the owner will be the primary seller on the platform, and in his office only, he can give the role to his executive as a secondary seller role with various participation of catalog, then invoice creation, uploading the catalog, all those roles can be given by the primary seller. Because it is not always possible for the owner of the organization to check each and every bid, to upload each and product on regular basis, to update the stock on regular basis. So we have given this proportion for the sellers also in this platform. So if I talk about the public procurement policy mandates for MSEs, so as per MSE order 2006 on 2000, this order mandates 25% procurement which has to be done only from the MSE seller, in which 4% has to be given to the SC/ST seller and 3% to the woman entrepreneur seller. There are other benefits like tender price set free of cost for the MSEs, exemption of EMD, that is earnest money deposit submission for any tender, purchase preference of 25% for L1 plus 15%. Means if any L1 is not on the platform on the price bracket and any non-MSE seller has become the L1, then price preference can be given to that MSME if they fall under the L1 bracket of plus 15%. Like if 100 rupees is the non-MSE L1 price, if any MSE seller quote within 115 rupees, then that organization can go with the price match request to that MSE seller to give the purchase preference as per Government of India mandates. And there are 350 plus items which are being exclusively reserved only to be procured from MSE sellers only. So how this will be taken? So all sellers claiming to be MSE are required to validate their MSE status only through Udyam registration. So MSE as manufacturer of primary product category or service provider of primary service category whose credentials are validated online through the Udyam and through uploading supporting document. So MSE registered with NSIC and DIC for primary product category and whose credentials are validated with NSIC or DIC database and through uploading supporting document are also going to get this preference. So buyer have been provided with option to exempt the MSE from turnover and past performance experience criteria as per public procurement policy for MSE order. And suitable ATC, that is additional terms and condition clause, has been created which are already enabled for ensuring compliance with public procurement policy on MSE order. So taking into consideration this benefit which government provide to the MSE, in GEM we have also created this functionality where any government buyer can use three of these features. For purchase preference to MSE, procurement under this bid is reserved only for MSE, and purchase preference to MSE from any state bid inviting authority which is being used by the state government. So exclusive items, already you can see the list on the MSE website also, which are mandates, and if any government organizations go for doing the procurement, the system will automatically show that this procurement of the item is reserved only for MSE preference. So because GEM is a online digital platform which is launched by Ministry of Commerce, so rating plays a very important role on this platform. So the sellers who are registered and working on this platform will be rated on these following parameters like coverage, timely delivery, order quality of order fulfillment and reliability of the seller. So regarding the prerequisition for registration on this platform, so any primary user, so this is important for all of you who are still not registered in this platform. So kindly you can take a picture or can note it down what are the prerequisites for registration on the platform. So for primary user, Aadhaar number and PAN number is required, mobile number is required if it is linked with Aadhaar, if you are going for Aadhaar based registration, or only mobile number in case of PAN registration. Active email ID is required, document as per your constitution type, means the nature of business you are doing, CIN number, PAN number, DIPP is the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion which has been given to any startup organization. Then Udyam number and ITR details to complete the profile. Bank account details required and registered address details which is as per ITR or as per your GST document. If that primary seller is going for secondary seller registration, then Aadhaar number and mobile number which is linked with Aadhaar is required and active email IDs is required. So kindly note over here, registration of primary seller on GEM should be done only by the authorized person of the organization who is in the rank of director of the organization or a key person or authorized signatory of the ITR. Primary seller have the option to create the secondary seller to assign the roles like bid participation, creation of catalog and order fulfillment. For MSc, Udyam number and mobile number which is linked with the same is required. For startup, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion number and mobile number which is linked with the same is required. So there is no separate registration, as I have already informed you, if you are a product seller as well as service provider. So our portal is www.gem.gov.in, where after you log in, you have to go with the seller as sign up, accept with the terms and condition of GEM, that is GEM GTC, general terms and condition. And over here, system will ask you to select your nature of or business that you are doing, whether you are a proprietorship, whether you are a partnership or a company. After that, you have to enter the company's name and you have to inform the system if you are doing an Aadhaar or a PAN based registration. After entering the same, you need to verify your email ID over here and then click on create account, and your registration will be completed in this platform. So after you get registered, you can do and work with any government organization. So regarding any technical issues, you can directly reach on the numbers which is being blinked on the PPT on your site. So it's been a privilege talking to you on this MSME day. Thanks and happy selling on GEM platform. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar, and it's truly and indeed a very detailed presentation. And we hope this will help our members, our MSMEs who are present here to enhance their businesses. Now I request Mr. Mr. Shomojit Ghosh of Wealth App, who is actually promoting this plant library and helped us to set up this plant library at the back of the venue. I request Mr. Ghosh to kindly come up to the stage and hand over the memento to our distinguished speaker. First to Mr. Wilson Purti. And now to Mr. Sarkar, sir. Mr. Ghosh, I request you to hand over the memento, the plant, to Mr. Sarkar. And thank you, Mr. Ghosh, for promoting such a good idea. To mark the MSME Day, as we are celebrating this, we would like to hand over a small token of memento to all of our MSME committee members who are present here, and these members support us throughout the year, and that is, today is their day. So I request, just for change over the stage, I request to kindly, remove the chairs. Please help them, so that the members can come up to the stage. And I will request our chairperson of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee, Mr. Sanjay Behra, to kindly hand over the mementos to our committee members. I first request Dr. Orijit Banerjee to please come up to the stage. I request Mr. Shubir Rai to please come to the stage. I request Mr. Kaushik Basu. Mr. Basu, please come to the stage. Mr. Joyanto Shaha. Mr. Joyanto Shaha, please come to the stage. Mr. Lalit Lakhani, please come to the stage. Mr. Shupriyo Ghosh, sir, please come to the stage. Mr. Joyanto Basu, sir, please come to the stage. Mr. Basu is one of the oldest members of our Manufacturing and MSME Committee. He has been with us for long. Hello. Now I request Mr. Behra, sir, please hand over the mementos. Please come to the front so that she can take the photographs. Yeah, please.
See, this is not only for me. I think this I am receiving on behalf of all the entrepreneurs who are sitting on the other side of the dais. So may I please request all the MSMEs sitting on the other side of the dais to please stand up and give a standing ovation for yourself, because you are making the country come forward, go forward and move forward. It's your day. Let all the MSMEs stand and give a standing ovation for yourself. And this is for all of you, dedicated to all of you. Thank you.
Ms. Kabri Vomik, I would also request you to please come to the stage, because she is one of the MSME who has been supporting us, and being a lady, she is pursuing the business for long. To Mrs. Subir Rai, please. To Mr. Kausik Basu, please, here, this side. Sir, please come to the front so we'll have a good picture of it. Mr. Lalit Lakhani. And Mrs. Saha. Shupriyo Ghosh, Mr. Ghosh. And Mr. Jayanto Basu. Yeah, sir, so please give a plant to sir's hand so that we can have a good photo. Please come in front a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Now, we'll have the lunch break now, and after the lunch break, we'll have the second, session, which is one of the most important sessions of this day, that is credit linkage for MSMEs. We'll start the next session at 2:30, so I will request all of you to come to the venue by 2:30, please. And now I request our colleagues, Shashwato, Vineet, Shubhodip Shadukha and others to kindly take our members. Sajid, please take our members and our distinguished guest for the lunch, please.
Comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, electronics, and machine enterprises. Nearly 30.2 million SMEs form the backbone of the US economy. The private sector in China, mainly composed of SMEs, accounts for 90% of all businesses and makes a contribution to over 60% of GDP. Today in India, SMEs account for 45% of industrial output and 40% of the country's total exports, generating employment for 60 million. By year 2025, 50 million enterprises could be the growth drivers for a 5 trillion economy. What would it take? Indian SMEs need to embrace new technologies and processes to develop and sustain a global competitive advantage. Automation, cloud computing, data analytics, Industry 4.0, 3D printing, with the thrust on transport infrastructure, railways, power and renewable energy, opportunities abound. The electric vehicle market is largely untapped. India is expected to command leadership in EV space with a projected share of 30% of new vehicles sold by 2030. Defense and aviation sectors are throwing open requirements for indigenization of spares and components. In food, in agri-businesses, SMEs hold the key to inclusive growth and play a critical role in India's future. With Make in India as the buzzword, the future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together. Innovation has always been the driving force behind every Tata Steel product and service. And taking lead from Tata Steel's century-old legacy of innovation is Tata Kosh, a new-age galvanized plain steel brand. Tata Kosh is made from the best quality cold-rolled steel coils in state-of-the-art plants. Here, they are galvanized and undergo chromate passivation. Processed sheets are then cut in customizable sizes, packaged and dispatched. Easily available and easy to work with, Tata Kosh is a fabricator's delight for creating products of daily use. Properties that make Tata Kosh products a cut above the rest are tension leveling, results in zero creases and wrinkle lines. Optimum hardness, ensures no cracks while bending. Ultimate strength, makes it easy to bend at right angles with no spring backs. No drumming effect too. Adequate and uniform zinc coating provides unmatched corrosion resistance and durability. State-of-the-art equipment and highly advanced automation prevents zinc undercoating and peel-off. Special high-grade zinc minimizes health hazards and darkening of spangles. Chromate passivation prevents white rust. Consistent thickness, weight and dimensional accuracy eliminates losses from rejection while giving the customer value for money. Tata Kosh has smooth edge finish and no waviness. Every Tata Kosh product undergoes rigorous testing at Tata Steel's in-house NABL accredited laboratory. Coating weight analysis for uniform coating. Sheet thickness and flatness check for zinc adhesion. Hardness and bend test for superior mechanical properties. Superior and zero defect Tata Kosh products are available in a wide range of thickness, width and zinc coating combinations. Also, enhancing the product experience is the pan-India availability of dealers and distributors. Tata Kosh, galvanizing products, securing lives.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something unbelievable, like transforming mobility solutions from world-class metro railway networks to ultra-modern airports, where Tata Steel's LRPC strands and Tata Structura steel hollow sections have played a role. Now that's what I call a nation on the move. Huh? Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber-reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost-effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
The MSME segment in India is the foundation and backbone of our manufacturing economy, making an immense contribution to the country's GDP and employment landscape. Tata Steel meets the diverse needs of MSMEs with its ever-widening product and service offerings. With a channel strength of over 80 channel partners, Tata Steel caters to a loyal customer base of over 10,000 MSMEs. Maximizing customer opportunity is a focus right through the relationship life cycle. The world of Tata Steel's ECA brands spans hot rolled, cold rolled, and coated products. Each product offering is customized for its specific market segments, with advantages to boost customer competitiveness. Tata Astrum has redefined the market with best-in-class hot-rolled coils and sheets. Tata Astrum Solar supports India's flagship solar mission. Tata Steelium has set a benchmark in cold-rolled steel to help shape dreams. Tata Steelium Neo meets the need for higher quality stringency in specific segments. Galvano is India's first zero-sprangled galvanized offering for unparalleled sophistication. Responding to the needs of various segments, the coated product basket has been augmented for over the last 2 years. Galvaros is hot-dipped galvanized steel that fulfills the need for economic sustainability. Galvanova is a double-coated offering that respects environmental concerns. Color Nova is a premium color-coated offering that meets the need of social sustainability, coloring the future with opportunities, empowering customers, enhancing capability, and partnering customer on a journey of growth is a priority.
Digital technology is today's driver of convenience, erasing barriers, removing inefficiencies, improving the whole experience. Digica is Tata Steel's exclusive offering for the MSME segment version 1.0. Was launched in 2018, initially connecting our channel partners. In 2022, the service was extended to MSME customers, allowing them to explore and make purchases online with complete transparency at every stage of the process.
The features are easy to use and navigate. Easy sign-up option to get a glimpse into the multifaceted world of Tata Steel. A strong relationship begins with better understanding. Comprehensive profile page allows us to understand customers better. Recent inquiries and PO status allows users to get a quick glimpse into the status of their requests at one place. Quick product search is easily facilitated, and one can search both by grade and by segment. The inquiry module is created for convenience. Easy inquiry form, bulk inquiry, and frequently ordered SKU. Customers stay connected on the go with custom notifications, mail triggers, and regular status on orders. Documentation on the platform allows each customer to view invoices easily. Have a complaint? The complaint module allows you to raise your issue and connect with Tata Steel. You can also view the status of your complaint and issues resolved. The gallery feature allows users to access a wealth on knowledge-sharing videos presented by experts from various fields. Digika is Tata Steel's digital solution to strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India, catapulting the segment towards new horizons of growth and helping them to script India's growth story.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing, promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector, which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. This seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था। हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा। उसके बाद मैंने पार्टनरशिप की बिजनेस स्टार्ट की 2007 में। फिर हमें आगे ग्रो करना था तो उसके लिए हमने जगह अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है हमने MIDC से परचेस किया। उसको बनाने के लिए हमें फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता थी। वो समय में हमने SIDBI को अप्रोच किया। SIDBI ने काफ़ी हमें सहयोग किया। लोन लेने के लिए हमें बहुत आसानी से लोन भी मिला। हमने फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन 2018 में पूरा किया। SIDBI has provided wings to fulfill my dreams.
The bank has supported PSB loans in 59 minutes, which has emerged as one of the largest credit fintechs, enabling MSMEs to receive loan offers from multiple bankers. Through Udyami Mitra digital platforms, SIDBI manages several flagship programs of Government of India. To address the critical problem of delayed payments in the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI has co-created a digital TREADS platform under the aegis of Receivable Exchange of India Limited. SIDBI is also developing financial products to leverage India's cutting-edge digital frameworks like Open Credit Enhancement Network, OCEN, an account aggregator framework for the benefit of MSMEs. It is also supporting the first of its kind initiative of Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC, which is expected to democratize the digital commerce in the country. The bank is also embarking on a major project for formalization of Indian MSMEs, which will open new doors of opportunities for MSMEs. It manages one of the largest credit guarantee programs for MSMEs in the world through Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. The bank was the co-founder of India's first MSME-focused rating agency. SIDBI Foundation for Microcredit played a pioneering role in fostering the microfinance industry revolution in the country over the last 3 decades. This helped in institutionalizing credit dispensation at the bottom of the pyramid, and this ecosystem has supported nearly 5 crore informal enterprises. The bank also provides liquidity support to a wide spectrum of banks, NBFCs and fintechs to ensure that the funds keep flowing to MSME sector, especially to the informal sector and micro enterprises. India is today considered as a startup destination of the world. The bank has been playing an important role in stimulating venture capital and risk capital ecosystem of the country for more than 2 decades by supporting various incubators and venture capital and alternate investment funds. SIDBI is gearing up to play a big role in MSME cluster development in association with various state governments. This will ensure that the Indian MSME clusters become part of the global value chains and help Indian MSMEs go global. Ensuring industrial growth with a sustainable environment is also one of SIDBI's key objectives through its green financing initiatives. Always ready to take a step ahead to promote aspirational entrepreneurship, SIDBI's mission, Swavlamban program, has 4 important pillars of Sampark, Samvad, Suraksha and Sampreshan.
जब भी हमारा कुछ काम पड़ता है तो दे आर वेरी रेडिली अवेलेबल. कभी भी कोई स्कीम आती है तो 100% वो अवेयर कराते हैं हमको. तो हम धन्यवाद करते हैं SIDBI ग्रुप का, SIDBI मैनेजमेंट का, SIDBI स्टाफ का, जिन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमको असिस्ट किया.
The bank's professional manpower, having deep knowledge of MSME sector, is its strongest foundation, with capability to deliver the vision of Government of India for MSME sector.
In a robust economy where potential is to be maximized, it's important for every business to realize its dreams. India is a competitive economy and we can take it even further. We can make India competitive globally. For this, every business, big or small, needs to be assisted and nurtured. SIDBI wants every business dream to shine, and then we will be sure that India will shine.
मुझे मेरा बुटीक शॉप खोलना है.
I dream of making it big in the food business.
मुझे मेरी लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी खोलनी है.
I dream of having my own event management company.
मुझे मेरा टेक्सटाइल बिजनेस खोलना है.
Every dream is a seed waiting to be nurtured. And today, SIDBI is supporting growth of the ecosystem which nurtures these dreams, planting a bright future for India where sky is the limit. SIDBI, celebrating dreams, celebrating 32 years of nation building.
আপনাকে সঠিক চিনেছেন আর আপনার কারখানা প্রসারিত করেছেন। সুদূর পাহাড়ি ফলের স্বাদটা আপনার ওয়্যারহাউসের দৌলতে মনে রাখুক সমগ্র দেশটা। যে লেহেঙ্গার প্রয়োজন লন্ডনে, এখন আপনি তা লখনৌ থেকে পাঠাতে পারেন মাত্র 2 দিনে। ডিজিটাল করে আপনার অর্ডারের প্ল্যান শাইন করেছেন আপনার দোকান। ছোট নার্সিং হোমে আপনার বড় হসপিটালের মতো মেশিন বসান এবার। আপনার দূরদৃষ্টি এবং উদ্যম দিয়ে আপনি ব্যবসাটাকে ভবিষ্যতের দিকে নিয়ে যান এগিয়ে। এইচডিএফসি ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস আপনার এই ভবিষ্যৎকে সফল করতে অনেকগুলি সমাধান নিয়ে এসেছে। ইজি লোনস, ডিজিটাল সলিউশনস আর বিজনেস নলেজ। এইচডিএফসি ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস, প্রতিটি বিজনেস সফল হবে।
SMEs constitute the heartbeat of the world's most powerful economies. The Mittelstand, as SMEs are called in Germany, comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, electronics, and machine enterprises. Nearly 30.2 million SMEs form the backbone of the US economy. The private sector in China, mainly composed of SMEs, accounts for 90% of all businesses and makes a contribution to over 60% of GDP. Today in India, SMEs account for 45% of industrial output and 40% of the country's total exports, generating employment for 60 million. By year 2025, 50 million enterprises could be the growth drivers for a 5 trillion economy. What would it take? Indian SMEs need to embrace new technologies and processes to develop and sustain a global competitive advantage. Automation, cloud computing, data analytics, Industry 4.0, 3D printing, with the thrust on transport infrastructure, railways, power and renewable energy, opportunities abound. The electric vehicle market is largely untapped. India is expected to command leadership in EV space, with a projected share of 30% of new vehicles sold by 2030. Defense and aviation sectors are throwing open requirements for indigenization of spares and components. In food, in agri-businesses, SMEs hold the key to inclusive growth and play a critical role in India's future. With Make in India as the buzzword, the future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together. Innovation has always been the driving force behind every Tata Steel product and service. And taking lead from Tata Steel's century-old legacy of innovation is Tata Kosh, a new-age galvanized plain steel brand. Tata Kosh is made from the best quality cold-rolled steel coils in state-of-the-art plants. Here, they are galvanized and undergo chromate passivation. Processed sheets are then cut in customizable sizes, packaged and dispatched. Easily available and easy to work with, Tata Kosh is a fabricator's delight for creating products of daily use. Properties that make Tata Kosh products a cut above the rest are tension leveling, results in zero creases and wrinkle lines. Optimum hardness ensures no cracks while bending. ultimate strength, makes it easy to bend at right angles with no spring bags. No drumming effect too. Adequate and uniform zinc coating provides unmatched corrosion resistance and durability. State-of-the-art equipment and highly advanced automation prevents zinc undercoating and peel-off. Special high-grade zinc minimizes health hazards and darkening of spangles. Chromate passivation prevents white rust. Consistent thickness, weight and dimensional accuracy eliminates losses from rejection while giving the customer value for money. Tata Kosh has smooth edge finish and no waviness. Every Tata Kosh product undergoes rigorous testing at Tata Steel's in-house NABL accredited laboratory.
Coating weight analysis for uniform coating. Sheet thickness and flatness check for zinc adhesion. Hardness and bend test for superior mechanical properties.
Superior and zero-defect Tata Kosh products are available in a wide range of thickness, width and zinc coating combinations. Also, enhancing the product experience is the pan-India availability of dealers and distributors. Tata Kosh, galvanizing products, securing lives.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable Artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something unbelievable, like transforming mobility solutions from world-class metro railway networks to ultra-modern airports, where Tata Steel's LRPC strands and Tata Structura steel hollow sections have played a role. Now that's what I call a nation on the move. Huh? Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber-reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost-effective. A material that will be used in foot-over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
The MSME segment in India is the foundation and backbone of our manufacturing economy, making an immense contribution to the country's GDP and employment landscape. Tata Steel meets the diverse needs of MSMEs with its ever-widening product and service offerings. With a channel strength of over 80 channel partners, Tata Steel caters to a loyal customer base of over 10,000 MSMEs.
Maximizing customer opportunity is a focus right through the relationship life cycle. The world of Tata Steel's ECA brands spans hot rolled, cold rolled, and coated products. Each product offering is customized for its specific market segments, with advantages to boost customer competitiveness. Tata Astrum has redefined the market with best-in-class hot-rolled coils and sheets. Tata Astrum Solar supports India's flagship solar mission. Tata Steelium has set a benchmark in cold-rolled steel to help shape dreams. Tata Steelium Neo meets the need for higher quality stringency in specific segments. Galvano is India's first zero-sprangled galvanized offering for unparalleled sophistication. Responding to the needs of various segments, the coated product basket has been augmented for over the last 2 years. Galvaros is hot-dipped galvanized steel that fulfills the need for economic sustainability. Galvanova is a double-coated offering that respects environmental concerns. Color Nova is a premium color-coated offering that meets the need of social sustainability, coloring the future with opportunities, empowering customers, enhancing capability, and partnering customer on a journey of growth is a priority.
Digital technology is today's driver of convenience, erasing barriers, removing inefficiencies, improving the whole experience. Digika is Tata Steel's exclusive offering for the MSME segment version 1.0, was launched in 2018, initially connecting our channel partners. In 2022, the service was extended to MSME customers, allowing them to explore and make purchases online with complete transparency at every stage of the process. The features are easy to use and navigate. Easy sign-up option to get a glimpse into the multifaceted world of Tata Steel. A strong relationship begins with better understanding. Comprehensive profile page allows us to understand customers better. Recent inquiries and PO status allows users to get a quick glimpse into the status of their requests at one place. Quick product search is easily facilitated, and one can search both by grade and by segment. The inquiry module is created for convenience. Easy inquiry form, bulk inquiry, and frequently ordered SKU. Customers stay connected on the go with custom notifications, mail triggers, and regular status on orders. Documentation on the platform allows each customer to view invoices easily. Have a complaint? The complaint module allows you to raise your issue and connect with Tata Steel. You can also view the status of your complaint and issues resolved. The gallery feature allows users to access a wealth on knowledge-sharing videos presented by experts from various fields. Digika is Tata Steel's digital solution to strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India, catapulting the segment towards new horizons of growth and helping them to script India's growth story.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament. and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector, which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. This seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था। हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा। उसके बाद मैंने पार्टनरशिप की बिजनेस स्टार्ट की 2007 में। फिर हमें आगे ग्रो करना था तो उसके लिए हमने जगह अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है हमने MIDC से परचेस किया। उसको बनाने के लिए हमें फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता थी। वो समय में हमने SIDBI को अप्रोच किया। SIDBI ने काफ़ी हमें सहयोग किया। लोन लेने के लिए हमें बहुत आसानी से लोन भी मिला। हमने फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन 2018 में पूरा किया। SIDBI has provided wings to fulfill my dreams.
The bank has supported PSB loans in 59 minutes, which has emerged as one of the largest credit fintechs, enabling MSMEs to receive loan offers from multiple bankers. Through Udyami Mitra digital platforms, SIDBI manages several flagship programs of Government of India. To address the critical problem of delayed payments in the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI has co-created a digital TREADS platform under the aegis of Receivable Exchange of India Limited. SIDBI is also developing financial products to leverage India's cutting-edge digital frameworks like Open Credit Enhancement Network, OCEN, an account aggregator framework for the benefit of MSMEs. It is also supporting the first of its kind initiative of Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC, which is expected to democratize the digital commerce in the country. The bank is also embarking on a major project for formalization of Indian MSMEs, which will open new doors of opportunities for MSMEs. It manages one of the largest credit guarantee programs for MSMEs in the world through Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. The bank was the co-founder of India's first MSME-focused rating agency. SIDBI Foundation for Microcredit played a pioneering role in fostering the microfinance industry revolution in the country over the last 3 decades. This helped in institutionalizing credit dispensation at the bottom of the pyramid, and this ecosystem has supported nearly 5 crore informal enterprises. The bank also provides liquidity support to a wide spectrum of banks, NBFCs and fintechs to ensure that the funds keep flowing to MSME sector, especially to the informal sector and micro enterprises. India is today considered as a startup destination of the world. The bank has been playing an important role in stimulating venture capital and risk capital ecosystem of the country for more than 2 decades by supporting various incubators and venture capital and alternate investment funds. SIDBI is gearing up to play a big role in MSME cluster development in association with various state governments. This will ensure that the Indian MSME clusters become part of the global value chains and help Indian MSMEs go global. Ensuring industrial growth with a sustainable environment is also one of SIDBI's key objectives through its green financing initiatives. Always ready to take a step ahead to promote aspirational entrepreneurship, SIDBI's mission Swavlamban program has 4 important pillars of Sampark, Samvad, Suraksha and Sampreshan.
जब भी हमारा कुछ काम पड़ता है तो दे आर वेरी रेडिली अवेलेबल। कभी भी कोई स्कीम आती है तो 100% वो अवेयर कराते हैं हमको। तो हम धन्यवाद करते हैं सिडबी ग्रुप का, सिडबी मैनेजमेंट का, सिडबी स्टाफ का, जिन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमको असिस्ट किया।
The bank's professional manpower, having deep knowledge of MSME sector, is its strongest foundation. With capability to deliver the vision of Government of India for MSME sector.
In a robust economy where potential is to be maximized, it's important for every business to realize its dreams. India is a competitive economy and we can take it even further. We can make India competitive globally. For this, every business, big or small, needs to be assisted and nurtured. SIDBI wants every business dream to shine, and then we will be sure that India will shine.
मुझे मेरा बुटीक शॉप खोलना है।
I dream of making it big in the food business.
मुझे मेरी लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी खोलनी है।
I dream of having my own event management company.
मुझे मेरा टेक्सटाइल बिजनेस खोलना है।
Every dream is a seed waiting to be nurtured. And today, SIDBI is supporting growth of the ecosystem which nurtures these dreams, planting a bright future for India where sky is the limit. SIDBI, celebrating dreams, celebrating 32 years of nation building.
পরিবর্তিত বাহনটাকে সঠিক চিনেছেন আর আপনার কারখানা প্রসারিত করেছেন। সুদূর পাহাড়ি ফলের স্বাদটা আপনার ওয়্যারহাউসের দৌলতে মনে রাখুক সমগ্র দেশটা। যে লেহেঙ্গার প্রয়োজন লন্ডনে, এখন আপনি তা লখনৌ থেকে পাঠাতে পারেন মাত্র 2 দিনে। ডিজিটাল করে আপনার অর্ডারের প্ল্যান শাইন করেছেন আপনার দোকান। ছোট নার্সিং হোমে আপনার বড় হসপিটালের মতো মেশিন বসান এবার। আপনার দূরদৃষ্টি এবং উদ্যম দিয়ে আপনি ব্যবসাটাকে ভবিষ্যতের দিকে নিয়ে যান এগিয়ে। HDFC ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস আপনার এই ভবিষ্যৎকে সফল করতে অনেকগুলি সমাধান নিয়ে এসেছে। ইজি লোনস, ডিজিটাল সলিউশনস আর বিজনেস নলেজ। HDFC ব্যাংক মাই বিজনেস, প্রতিটি বিজনেস সফল হবে।
SMEs constitute the heartbeat of the world's most powerful economies. The Mittelstand, as SMEs are called in Germany, comprise 3.6 million world-class specialists in specific categories and segments. Japanese SMEs form part of an elaborate framework for world-class automobile, electronics, and machine enterprises. Nearly 30.2 million SMEs form the backbone of the US economy. The private sector in China, mainly composed of SMEs, accounts for 90% of all businesses and makes a contribution to over 60% of GDP. Today in India, SMEs account for 45% of industrial output and 40% of the country's total exports, generating employment for 60 million. By year 2025, 50 million enterprises could be the growth drivers for a 5 trillion economy. What would it take? Indian SMEs need to embrace new technologies and processes to develop and sustain a global competitive advantage. Automation, cloud computing, data analytics, Industry 4.0, 3D printing, With the thrust on transport infrastructure, railways, power and renewable energy, opportunities abound. The electric vehicle market is largely untapped. India is expected to command leadership in EV space, with a projected share of 30% of new vehicles sold by 2030. Defense and aviation sectors are throwing open requirements for indigenization of spares and components. In food, in agri-businesses, SMEs hold the key to inclusive growth and play a critical role in India's future. With Make in India as the buzzword, the future of manufacturing is exciting and full of potential. Let's own it together. Innovation has always been the driving force behind every Tata Steel product and service.
And taking lead from Tata Steel's century-old legacy of innovation is Tata Kosh, a new-age galvanized plain steel brand.
Tata Kosh is made from the best quality cold-rolled steel coils in state-of-the-art plants. Here, they are galvanized and undergo chromate passivation. Processed sheets are then cut in customizable sizes, packaged and dispatched. Easily available and easy to work with, Tata Kosh is a fabricator's delight for creating products of daily use. Properties that make Tata Kosh products a cut above the rest are tension leveling, results in zero creases and wrinkle lines. Optimum hardness, ensures no cracks while bending. Ultimate strength, makes it easy to bend at right angles with no spring backs. No drumming effect too. Adequate and uniform zinc coating provides unmatched corrosion resistance and durability. State-of-the-art equipment and highly advanced automation prevents zinc undercoating and peel-off. Special high-grade zinc minimizes health hazards and darkening of spangles. Chromate passivation prevents white rust. Consistent thickness, weight and dimensional accuracy eliminates losses from rejection while giving the customer value for money. Tata Kosh has smooth edge finish and no waviness. Every Tata Kosh product undergoes rigorous testing at Tata Steel's in-house NABL accredited laboratory.
Coating weight analysis for uniform coating. Sheet thickness and flatness check for zinc adhesion. Hardness and bend test for superior mechanical properties.
Superior and zero defect Tata Kosh products are available in a wide range of thickness, width and zinc coating combinations. Also, enhancing the product experience is the pan-India availability of dealers and distributors. Tata Kosh, galvanizing products, securing lives.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable Artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous. Like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, And this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something unbelievable, like transforming mobility solutions from world-class metro railway networks to ultra-modern airports, where Tata Steel's LRPC strands and Tata Structura steel hollow sections have played a role. Now that's what I call a nation on the move. Huh? Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
The MSME segment in India is the foundation and backbone of our manufacturing economy, making an immense contribution to the country's GDP and employment landscape. Tata Steel meets the diverse needs of MSMEs with its ever-widening product and service offerings. With a channel strength of over 80 channel partners, Tata Steel caters to a loyal customer base of over 10,000 MSMEs. Maximizing customer opportunity is a focus right through the relationship life cycle. The world of Tata Steel's ECA brands spans hot rolled, cold rolled, and coated products. Each product offering is customized for its specific market segments, with advantages to boost customer competitiveness. Tata Astrum has redefined the market with best-in-class hot-rolled coils and sheets. Tata Astrum Solar supports India's flagship solar mission. Tata Steelium has set a benchmark in cold-rolled steel to help shape dreams. Tata Steelium Neo meets the need for higher quality stringency in specific segments. Galvano is India's first zero-sprangled galvanized offering for unparalleled sophistication. Responding to the needs of various segments, the coated product basket has been augmented for over the last 2 years. Galvaros is hot-dipped galvanized steel that fulfills the need for economic sustainability. Galvanova is a double-coated offering that respects environmental concerns. Color Nova is a premium color-coated offering that meets the need of social sustainability, coloring the future with opportunities, empowering customers, enhancing capability, and partnering customer on a journey of growth is a priority.
Digital technology is today's driver of convenience, erasing barriers, removing inefficiencies, improving the whole experience. Digica is Tata Steel's exclusive offering for the MSME segment version 1.0. Was launched in 2018, initially connecting our channel partners. In 2022, the service was extended to MSME customers, allowing them to explore and make purchases online with complete transparency at every stage of the process. The features are easy to use and navigate. Easy sign-up option to get a glimpse into the multifaceted world of Tata Steel. A strong relationship begins with better understanding. Comprehensive profile page allows us to understand customers better. Recent inquiries and PO status allows users to get a quick glimpse into the status of their requests at one place. Quick product search is easily facilitated, and one can search both by grade and by segment. The inquiry module is created for convenience, easy inquiry form, bulk inquiry, and frequently ordered SKU. Customers stay connected on the go with custom notifications, mail triggers, and regular status on orders. Documentation on the platform allows each customer to view invoices easily. Have a complaint? The complaint module allows you to raise your issue and connect with Tata Steel. You can also view the status of your complaint and issues resolved. The gallery feature allows users to access a wealth on knowledge-sharing videos presented by experts from various fields. Digika is Tata Steel's digital solution to strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India, catapulting the segment towards new horizons of growth and helping them to script India's growth story.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing, promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector, which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. This seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था. हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं एक परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा.
Welcome back to the venue. I request all of you to kindly take your seat so that we can commence the next session, which is the most vital session of today's program, like about which, you know, MSMEs always complain and they face a lot of trouble about getting credit linkage. So this is a very important session. So I request all of you to please take your seat as soon as possible so that we can start the session within next 2 to 3 minutes. I request my colleagues to kindly help them to sit so that we can start the program, and also we request to keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. Otherwise, speakers get disturbed during their session. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the session. We'll be starting the session in next 2 minutes. People are standing outside, so requesting my colleagues to kindly, assist them to be seated. Our next session, the technical session 2, is on credit linkages for MSMEs. This session is, the theme of this session is credit linkages for MSMEs. For this session, we already have on the dais 2 experts from HDFC Bank, Mr. Yatish Agarwal, Zonal Sales Manager Business Loan from HDFC, and Mr. Muhammad Ali, Regional Sales Manager Emerging Enterprising Group HDFC. I request Mr. Chiranjit Mondol. Is Mr. Mondol here? I request Mr. Chiranjit Mondol, Assistant General Manager, SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, to kindly come to the dais. We also have Ms. Srila Das from Canara Bank, Senior Manager, MSME Department, Canara Bank. She has been with this department of the bank and is working very closely to support, to provide credit linkages to MSMEs. And Canara Bank is always with us, like HDFC. They are promoting their credit linkages, products, credit products to our MSMEs. Please come to dais, ma'am. I think Mr. Mondol is yet to reach, so as soon as he arrives, we will bring him to the stage. Now we'll start with Mr. Yatish Agarwal, Zonal Sales Manager Business Loan of HDFC Bank. He will make the presentation of HDFC scheme for MSMEs, and these 2 presentations, Mr. Yatish Agarwal's presentation and Mr. Muhammad Ali's presentation, and this will be followed by, the session will be followed by the question answer session. So once the speakers, all the 4 speakers make their presentations, we'll have a small question answer session. So I'll now request Mr. Yatish Agarwal to come to the dais, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So good afternoon to all of you. So first of all, thank you so much for the entire association, people available here to give us the opportunity to HDFC Bank to give us a chance to present something in front of you, which we personally think might be helpful for you in short to longer period of times. Right? So I'm Yatish Agarwal, managing business loan for HDFC Bank for Eastern region. Just will not take much of your time post lunch session, right? So thank you so much for this opportunity to all of us. So I'll start, right, what this unsecured business loan is all about. Unsecured business loan unsecured business loan refers to the unsecured fund available for your business purposes, right? As mentioned in the slide, you can use it for your working capital, for any contract fulfillment, right? Obtaining finance to purchase capital assets also, to deal with a sudden cash crunch faced by the businesses, or any particular use that you want to do it, right? Except of speculative activities, where I think bank is not allowed to fund. Other than that, you can use it anywhere. In case any businessman wants to use this money for personal uses also, kind of marriages, kind of right, foreign education for their kids, it is possible for that also. So this is short-term loan. We give it for 1 year to 4 year, 5 year kind of time periods. And we give in two kind of forms. First, we give it in form of term loans, where we give a certain loan amount to you for 1 year to 4 years of time period, right? You can pay that loan back in a monthly installment, and that installment will be over whatever tenure that you choose at the time of taking loan. Okay. Also, we give the same loan in the form of some OD. This OD is also for 3 years, 4 years, 2 years kind of time period, right? And this is a drop line OD. So the basic features of this product are whatever amount that you uses out of your account, you will have to pay interest only on that. So it would be much better option if you go for the lower amounts, because this product we are offering only for the lower amounts, might be maximum 25 lakh rupees of loan. But if somebody wants to take more than 25 lakh rupees of loan, we give them term loan, which I mentioned earlier. So, and this OD is also a drop line OD, where every month certain percentage of your amount get dropped. So over a period of time, when it drops down every month for a period of 3 to 4 years, it automatically becomes zero, whatever tenure that initially choose. Okay? So any of the offering that you can opt for in case you have any requirement of funds for future for your business, right? And this, our overall ecosystem of business loan work for every kind of business, right? As I mentioned earlier, even a retail store, which might be your vendor, right? Which might be your distributor, your dealer, right? So a retail store can take it, any restaurant can take it, petrol pump, retail chemist, apparel stores, architects and facility management, right? I am presenting this whole ecosystem to you because there might be some vendors which might face the same scenario in case they want to take it along with you. This loan, this is available for them also. And it is not that we are giving it only to the big customers. Even a customer who has a turnover of not more than 40-50 lakh rupees can also take it, right? So this option is available for a customer who has a turnover 40-50 lakh to 50 crore, 100 crore, 150 crore kind of businesses. So the amount of loan might vary according to the size of the business of a particular customer. So every category is there. The only people whom we are not able to fund as of now are the people whose business is little speculative. Kind of, if anybody is involved into share trading, anybody involved into commodity trading, right? In stock exchanges, different stock exchanges, anybody involved into gold, silver kind of businesses, and anybody who is involved into land purchase and sale. This product we might not be able to give it to them, but except that it is available for everybody. And the best thing that this product carries, if in case your profits are very less, but your turnover are good, we are ready to give you a much higher loan than what your profit actually is eligible to give you. Right? We give this loan basis of only your bank statement, basis only of your GST returns of last 1 year, 2 years. Right? We give it basis of whatever transaction deposit that you are doing in your bank account. So all kind of options are there in front of us in case your profit is not up to the level where you can get the required amount of loan. So this is one of the best feature available in this particular loan. Right? Now come to the next point. How come HDFC Bank is better than competition in most of the aspect of this particular product? Our rates in industry is best, that I can assure you. Nobody in terms of rate of interest can compete with us. Documents are also, as I told you, if your financials are not showing that much of profit, right, you must be eligible for loan basis of your GST banking, your GST banking and all these things. So loan documents, I tell you honestly, right, if just an example for all of you, there is a shopkeeper right on the road, right, he does not have to give except his KYC and 1 year bank statement to take a loan of up to 10 lakh rupees. I will not ask any ITR from him. I will not ask any kind of financial statements from him. He just have to give me his basic KYC and 1 year bank statement and can take a loan of 10 lakh rupees in just a time period of 2 to 3 days. Right? As mentioned earlier, we give this loan from 30,000 rupees to 75 lakh rupees without taking any kind of collateral from customers. Offering DOD, which I mentioned earlier, where customer have to pay interest on the amount utilized and there is a periodical drop in the DOD amount. Parallelly, which I have not mentioned here, any customer, the other benefit that these loans are offering to the customer is zero foreclosure charges after 6 months in certain categories. So any customer who is taking this loan from us, after 6 months, if loan amount is up to 50 lakh rupees, original loan amount is up to 50 lakh rupees, then basis of his categorization under MSME, we can give him zero foreclosure. So customer can close that loan after 6 months without paying any charges. Even if a customer who is opting for up to 5 lakh rupees of loan, we do not take any processing fee, right? If the customer is categorized under MSME category. So those are additional benefits in this particular loan category, which we have recently started. It is not a old development. I think this zero processing fee we just started 1 month back. So this is another opportunity where the loan become much lesser expensive as compared to what it was earlier, right? So this is very small presentation that I wanted to give you to give a background, to give you a visibility that what is available in front of us in terms of this product, right? And this product can be very useful for us because it can be given to you in 3 to 4 working days. Loan amount is also decent, up to 75 lakh rupees, and the minimal documents which are there, right? With all these innovation, we are investing heavily in our digital technologies also, where customer can apply the loan from his mobile only, right? Application comes to us. He does not have to submit the application form also. He does everything online from his application and the loan get processed, right? So we are working on that. We have already started to a very large extent in that. So this is the product. I think anybody, right, anytime wants to choose it, the HDFC Bank is open. HDFC Bank bases all your support and over a large distribution that HDFC Bank has created over a period of time, we have gained close to 30 to 35% of market share. Our nearest competitor is still nowhere close to us, right? So this is all from my side that I wanted to say in a very small session to you, right? Now my colleague Mr. Ali is there. He will tell you about, right, what these working capital limits are and what best they can offer in terms of this product to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody. Again, thank you to giving us a chance to present it in front of you. Thank you so much.
Hi, thanks Satish. Good afternoon everyone. This is Mohammad Ali. So I think here most of you are a businessman, and what Yatish has just passed through, it is related to same MSME. So I really thank each one of you taking your time and coming here and give us an opportunity to at least present as a bank what we can help and what actually we are contributing towards the MSME. So I think as you rightly see here, we have covered main target segment who are there in the businesses. Okay, see, manufacturer, trader, agribusiness, and exporter. So we wanted to just tell you by this picture, okay, all business, any business you are into, maybe you are a manufacturer, maybe you are a retailer or a trader or exporter. So all businesses, as a HDFC Bank, we are partner to fund. So now, as I said, I actually look after EEG, and what is EEG? I just take 2 minutes to take you through. Emerging Enterprises Group is basically one of the unit in HDFC Bank who deals into all kind of working capital product. So what comes into that? We start with the all the customer who is actually becoming a partner to EEG. They will always have a dedicated relationship manager. So which will ensure you to give you the best of the services. So you don't need to go to the multiple desks of the bank to get your request through. So there will be one relationship manager always tagged to your account, and they will handle all your queries. As said, we definitely, one of the pain area for all the customers who is coming for a loan to bank is documentation. So we wanted to keep it very simple and very short, but the basic documentation like financial, banking and KYC is the main requirement for any kind of loan. So we wanted to keep it very simple and very short. Yes, quick processing. We want to make us a difference from the competition, or maybe if I say in another way, we wanted to make it fast to you. So it is actually quick when you're giving a documentation. In maximum 1 or 2 days, we are coming back and giving you the decision, which is called approval. See, most of the time, as a MSME customer, you're definitely going to the bank and giving us a documentation. You wait for a long. Some queries coming, you get numerous calls, you get numerous visited. But here in HDFC Bank, we assure you, once you give the documentation, maximum in 1 or 2 days, you will at least understand whether your file or request is going to get sanctioned or not. So maximum 2 days, it will be through. See, customized product, definitely from the bouquet of the HDFC Bank, we have a product for all the customers. We start from the small shopkeeper around our, any of the branch to go to the any industrialist. Maybe he's a retailer, trader, wholesaler. So we are covering, we have product for all the kind of customers. As say some individual is getting covered in the BL, but since EEG we wanted to fund, we are funding only to the businessman, but the businessman is started from the shopkeeper, a small shop which is beside to my branch. Maybe he's dealing, he's a retailer, maybe he's any shop owner. That also covered, and from there we can go up to the any industrialist. See, rate of interest, definitely we are now market leader. So the cost is one of the important area which as a customer you definitely wanted to understand. So from that point of view, we can tell you we are #1 bank in terms of the MSME funding, and we also assure you that we'll give you the competitive rate in terms of the industry. See, some of the customers already, definitely you are running a business, you will always have some loan with some XYZ bank, definitely, but you wanted to shift to us. So we'll have a very smooth and simplified process to take over. So we as a HDFC Bank or our representative go to the other bank and take you from there once you get our sanction and wanted to come to our bank. See, in terms of the collateral security, definitely this is a working capital and this is a secured lending. So in terms of the security, all the kind of security we are accepting, be it residential property, if you are an industrialist, so any industrial property, if you new entrepreneur, and if you kind of any investment in LIC, KVPs, your commercial place. Okay, lastly, just wanted to cover on a front as a bank when we are going in a digital. Yes, definitely we are digital. I'll cover in the further slide also how we are as a bank making a difference in the digital banking. So as I covered, we have mentioned few of the businesses which we are covering here. Maybe you can understand there are lots of businesses, but we are able to cover few of the businesses like corrugated boxes, chemical, then small electronics equipment. So just wanted to make you understand that we have segregated into the 3 kind of business. One is manufacturer, another is a trader, and a service provider. So all the businesses, maybe there are many businesses which we are not. So in a negative area, we can say we don't have as such, where we are saying we are not funding. So all the businesses which is there, we are covering all. Okay, now lastly, we want to understand as a businessman what all product HDFC here have to offer you. And as a businessman, the basic product for you is a cash credit, a working capital cash credit, right? So as a bank, we are offering that. Now, when it comes to industrial customer who is running an industry, having a factory, they will definitely require a term loan for any kind of machinery funding. We also have overdraft product. Now, overdraft product basically suits them. There are many businesses who do not have that, or maybe they have a wide range of stocks. So sometimes they have that query they are not ready to submit, or they are unable to submit the stock statement on a monthly basis. So those customers, we have that OD product, where basis of the property we fund. Merchant overdraft. So many customers who is dealing to any kind of retail shop, maybe a restaurant you can say, or any a garment shop. So they have a swipe machine. So basis of their swipe also we have that product, which is called MEOD. Dropline OD, my friend Yatish has already covered it. So I'm going at bill discounting. Yes, some of the customer is dealing with the big corporate, maybe Tata, maybe L&T, maybe Bhushan. So if after the supply, they got a payment after a long time. So we discount those bills and we facilitate you on the day one on a payment. So bill discounting facility is also there. Some of the customers is having a dealing in the export kind of business. So maybe he's a leather exporter, or maybe a garment exporter, maybe rice exporter. So we have product to cover all those as well. Now on a non-fund base, there are customers who is a contractor. Okay, so they need to submit the bank guarantee to government concerns to get a maybe advance kind of money, or maybe some of the customers is maybe as a rice mill, if you are a rice mill owner, you have to submit BG against the electricity bill. So we have a bank guarantee also available. Letter of credit again is basically a non-fund based product. Lastly, I have covered that credit guarantee scheme. So that is one thing which I put it on a board to just make you understand that as a HDFC bank, we also offer the credit guarantee scheme, where you as a businessman, if you do not have any property to offer, we can fund you up to 2 crore. So that one product which definitely attracts you if you do not have any collateral to offer to us. Apart from CGTMEs, there are other government schemes as well, where HDFC Bank is partner and ready to fund. Okay, now we come definitely for funding. Bank has its own process and bank has own criteria. So I just quickly covered. I've already covered what segment we have funding. Now in our entities, we have 4 or 5 entities only: proprietorship, partnership, maybe private limited, and the new trend coming for last few years is a LLP also. So we are funding that. Now in terms of the eligibility, what makes you eligible to take a fund from HDFC Bank is basically, there are many others, but we put it in the broad aspect is basically 3. You should be in a business for at least 3 years. So you don't understand what is the experience in the business. We should understand that your business should be at least profitable for minimum 2 years. So at least 2 audited financial is there, which is showing that there is a profit in the balance sheet. And but definitely is a secured product, so we are looking at the collateral. So what kind of collateral we are ready to offer? Apart from the CGTMS is already there for a person who do not have the collateral to offer. As a bank, I have already, while my discussion already cover all this thing. As a bank, we definitely fund you basis on your requirement. We have a rate of interest competitive. All this thing I have already covered. Basically, as a customer, you will get the best of the class service, even in the MSME if you're talking about. Now, this is the important slide we just wanted to cover. As we all know, we are now moving into the digital banking, right? Everyone is busy in the business. They do not have time to visit branch definitely. So as a bank, and as everyone is now preferred to do a banking through the internet, right? So we also as a bank are equipped to give you a digital services where you not need to come to our branch to submit our documentation. As a bank, you can submit all your documentation over the mail. You can submit all your documentation over the link. And that document is acceptable. So without submitting any hard copy, you will get a sanction. Say suppose you have submitted a document today over the link. You have not come to our office. You did not require to come our branch. You have to submit all the documentation over the link, and next 24 to 48 hours you will get your sanction, and you will get SMS from the bank that your loan has been sanctioned. Similarly, in terms of documentation as well, you don't need to come to us. You can submit it even sitting in Delhi. You can get your disbursement done in Calcutta. You only need to go and submit your documentation, digital consent, and you are through. So before saying thank you again to you, I just need to confirm you one more thing, which HDFC Bank is started, and we are happy to say about it. All our customers, which is we call as a Dukandar Dhamaka, all our customers who are banking with us. So as a bank, definitely we have a responsibility. So all our customers who are banking with us, having a current account, maintaining a current account with us, we have a product called Shopkeeper Loan, Dukandar Dhamaka, where without submitting any documentation, he will get an instant disbursement. The only thing is definitely he has to bank with us. Basis of their banking, we have set their eligibility. He has to go to the link and check it whether any kind of pre-approved is there or not. So once there is a pre-approved, he can go to the link and get the disbursement done in just 10 minutes. So as I said, from the Dukandar to any industrialist, as HDFC Bank, we are ready to offer any of the product. So with that, I am again saying you thank you for giving that minute. And we are open, me and Yatish both are open for any kind of, if you have any kind of question and answer, if you want to understand anything from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, and thank you, Mr. Ali. Thank you for very good and good presentation, in-depth presentation. But we will also request you, if you share the products that you offer with us, we will definitely share that amongst our members, and those who are present here today will share the products with them, definitely. And I hope that that will help them to enhance their businesses. Now I request Mr. Chiranjit Mondol, Assistant General Manager, SIDBI, to come and to please present and the products that SIDBI is offering. Please come.
Good afternoon all. First of all, happy International MSME Day to all the MSME stakeholders present here. You must know that SIDBI is a different bank, is a development bank, not like that commercial bank available in the market. So SIDBI is a 1990. We born in the 1990 as a principal and financial organization for MSME sector, and SIDBI has several factors like not only direct finance to MSME, we do a lot of other indirect finance to other institutions like other banks, other NBFCs, fund of fund support for startup ecosystem. The promotional development scheme is also there, and also that NBFC and other nodal organization also. Now, SIDBI, beside that banking sector, we have various associate concern, like that SDFC colleague already told that CGTMSE scheme, that CGTMSE itself is the associate concern of SIDBI, and also ISARC, RXIL, Mudra, different varieties of products SIDBI has launched over the years. Now I'll come to the product we offer for the MSME sector. The main product right now of SIDBI is Arise and Sthapan. Both this product, the main focus is it's a repo link product. It's very difficult to get a repo link product because generally banking industry is giving a MCLR linked. So being a repo link product, the rate of interest is very cheap in this product. Being the main product, I'll come later on this product, but I'll discuss some other products SIDBI is offering to the MSMEs. First is the speed. Speed, SIDBI before 3-4 years back, SIDBI has done MOU with all leading OEMs all over the India. And the number of the MOU were around 50 to 60. And through that MOU system, we are directly focusing the MSME for capital financing. Mainly this product was for machinery financing. And that time, the rate of interest was quite good. It was below 7.5% 3 years back. So this is a 100% financing product. You only need to give the 20 to 25% of the margin. You have to keep as a FD. This is a very good product. We have done a lot of business in this product, and the MSME customer also feels very comfortable with that product, because the paperwork and other, 5 years back, MSME sector, people think that the paperwork in government organization, government banks is very tough. But with this kind of products, SIDBI has become a very less paper-oriented portfolio. And it's a 2 or 3 days product. We can sanction the products within 2 or 3 days. Speed Plus is similar to Speed, but this is for a bigger machineries. More than 2-3 crore machine, if you want to take under this project, then the Speed Plus come. Speed and Speed Plus basically talks about that MOU signed with the other OEMs with the SIDBI. Pratham just differentiate with the other product. Under this scheme, you can have any machinery supplier, need not to be a MOU supplier. You can have any capital expenditure covered under Pratham. Speed Plus, Pratham, all are 100% financing model with a 20 to 25% or 30 to 35% cash collateral, and all are MCLR linked product and with cheap rate of interest. Now, this is one of the best product of SIDBI. Since long we are working on the SMILE scheme. This is basically SIDBI Make in India product. This is based on the Make in India sector identified by the central government. There was 25 sector. Under this sector, normally 90-95% business generally covered under this sector. So if you falls under this sector, the SMILE scheme was there. It was, the scheme came during 2014-15. That time, the rate of interest was around 8%. That time in market, generally the rate was above 10, I think. So, and SMILE scheme, the most important factor is the soft loan percent. Beside the term loan, we also give the soft loan. The soft loan, how will help that soft loan? It can be treated as a quasi-equity. It's not a term loan, because the moratorium is too high for that portion. So bank, sometimes when you are over leveraging, then your DER ratio, other leveraging ratio doesn't meet with the banking parameter. So that for that purpose only, the soft loan was introduced, and it can be taken as a quasi-equity, and it will help you to get that ratio within the norm. So that was the one of the best scheme. Government fund around 10,000 crore was given to SIDBI. The scheme, almost the fund has been exhausted, so I don't think that the scheme will be available for too long, but still this is a ongoing scheme. Now this is a cash credit product. Basically SIDBI has been dealing with the term loan component and project financing. Working capital was not our forte in that, because we are not a commercial bank, we don't have that account facilities. So it's a bit difficult for us to give a working capital. But being a principal MSME banker, we should have that product, because when we are going to finance a project, greenfield project, we cannot say that we don't have that product, go to the other banks. So considering this is a working capital product. We have tied up with 3 banks, Yes Bank and IDBI Bank, to open your current account, and we will monitor the account from that sense. This is the STAR scheme. This is the basically rooftop solar scheme, because in some areas we have a discussion with different MSME cluster. In some cluster, in some other state also, it is being mandatory that you have to draw some your power requirement from rooftop solar system. So considering this, we have a formal tie-up with Tata Power, and we have dedicated product for rooftop solar. All this scheme are basically kind of 100% financing with a collateral bracket of 20 to 25% roughly. Then this is one product. This is kind of working capital term loan. If you have the emergency credit line you required for any execution of your orders and all, If you want to take that working capital facility in the form of term loan, this is the product for them. This is the bridging loan for if you are enjoying a working capital facility some other banks, you can take that opportunity to take that working capital term loan from SIDBI, and you can execute that order or all. Next is Sangam. This is purely for micro enterprise. This is a partnership with Google India. We have created that product that you can check that eligibility. 5 crore, up to 5 crore turnover in units only it can be covered. There is no processing fee, nothing, 100% financing. Again, the same FD requirement is 25%. And interest, this is a 6% interest rate. And this is not linked to any MCLR repo, this is a fixed interest rate. So this is very beneficial for the micro enterprise. Now this is the USP. You might have heard that our Honorable Finance Minister that inaugurated the scheme of Ubarte Sitare. This is a joint venture with the Exim Bank and SIDBI. This is basically for the export-oriented unit, or the units which want to be a champion exporter of India. This product is dedicated to them only. Under this product, any intangible asset also can be financed. Like you want to go for an export-oriented unit, you want to have a R&D, you want to have a foreign exposure, then this cost also can be covered under USP product. So 80% of the product can be financed, and already I have told you that it can be financed with the joint financing with the Exim Bank also. Now I'll go back to that first two product. Now Arise and Sthapan. Arise, before that, I've already told you this is a repo link product. This is for brownfield. Let me clear you first. Arise is for brownfield and Sthapan is for greenfield. Right, so both are almost similar product. Arise is you can cover any capital expenditure. You want to buy industrial land, you want to buy machineries, and any modernization expenditure you can cover under Arise. Minimum vintage is 2 years, or because it's a greenfield product, so you have to have a vintage of 2 years. That you can see that rate of interest already mentioned. This is a repo plus 1.50. So before that repo 90 BPS has been increased, the rate of interest was around 5.6% before 2 or 3 months. It is very cheap. And this is also 100% financing. And both these Arise, being a brownfield product, it can be sanctioned within 2 to 3 days if it is found eligible. Now, similar to Arise, this is the Sthapan. Now, Arise, there is a loan cap of 7 crore. And 5 crore, up to 5 crore, it's a 100% financing model. It's a very quicker sanction. So up to 5 crore, if you go for Arise, it's the 2 or 3 days sanction process. And if it is going beyond 5 crore and mortgage involved, then it might take a bit further. Now similar to Arise, this is the Sthapan. SIDBI thematic assistance for purchase of capital as a new enterprise. Arise for brownfield, Sthapan is for new enterprise. You want to set up something as a new, it's a greenfield unit. The limit is 20 crore, subject to maximum 75% project cost can be financed. Same, you want to buy a land, industrial plot, civil construction, and plant and machinery. All can be covered under Sthapan. Then similar to Arise, this is also a repo linked product. You will get a slight higher rate than the Arise because that was repo plus 1.50, this is repo plus 2%. So still the rate of interest is, I think, is very competitive. So basically, this is the product gamut of SIDBI we offer to MSME sector. And beside this, I want to tell something that the digitization, SIDBI has made the digitization you can apply loan through our website. Your GST data, income tax data, and bank data, all data is pulled up, and all the score has been generated instantly. So we are focusing that the sanction should be given for a term loan or working capital there and there. So, but still this is under pilot phase. We have not done that. We are testing that module. And for any term loan, you can get that product. It's not MSME direct MSME linked, but I want to add some other scheme. This is a SIDBI. SIDBI's most focused area in eastern part of the India is Cluster Development Fund. This is a huge. We are directly giving to the state government for development of a cluster, being a very cheap rate because it's a bank rate minus 1.50 interest rate, around 3%. We are directly given to the state government, and there are a lot of clusters being identified by the state government, and for their development, we are giving directly loan. So you can have that information with you, and you can approach the state government also for taking that benefit, because there are a lot of proposals going on with SIDBI with the state government authorities. So once again, that's the product we will offer you. Any queries you can feel free to ask, and we are happy to serve you. And you can have that our Calcutta office. You can come and visit our office, and you any queries we will discuss it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mondal. We'll come to the question and answer session once the speakers make their presentation. So I now request Ms. Srila Das, Senior Manager, MSME Department, Canara Bank, to present their bank's product. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I first thank you BCCI and ma'am for inviting us, Canara Bank. Actually our CGM sir wants to come, but due to some emergency he is not able to come. So myself Srila Das, I am from MSME Sulabh. Here our different unit is already there in Hare Street, specialized MSME unit for different 3-4 units are there in Kolkata, only dealing with MSME. So shortly I'll discuss about some MSME of our products, Canara Bank. We are, first I just focus on some short review about MSME and our Canara Bank. Our Canara Bank is third largest nationalized bank, and we all know that Government of India is also very much emphasized on MSME, because MSME is mainly not only generate employment generation, self-development, and entirely like it's a future, we can say. And MSME contributes 30% of India's GDP, and total exports of MSME related product is 45% of overall exports. And in India, all we know about this data that 6.3 crore MSMEs are there, which gives employment to 11.10 crore people. So basically, the motive of MSME and to develop MSME in India is basically the employment generation. That is the basic thing about MSME. And we all know about the micro, small and medium industries. Just have a look that where the main criteria that the net investment, like minimum the net investment should be less than equal to 1 crore, and the net turnover is less than equal to 5 crore. That is micro in the micro segment, and for small segment that the net investment should be less than 10 crore and net turnover is less than equal to 50 crore. And for medium is net investment is less than equal to 50 crore and net turnover is less than equal to 250 crore. So in for Canara Bank in Kolkata, we have 4 hubs, MSME hub. In Howrah, in our Kolkata, different 3 places are there. We can serve only MSME, the core sector, MSME sector. And we have different MSME specialized schemes which are very much lucrative. That is Mudra, Stand Up India, Canara GST, Canara Contractor, MSME CAP, Canara Udyog, and Canara Vyapar. And just I focus on different, I am not giving in detail, just have a look, because we are focusing on Mudra and Stand Up India also. And first I just discuss about the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. We are focusing on that, and in our circle office, which is in Kamak Street, basically a small department also there for Mudra and Stand Up India. And here the focus on micro and small enterprise, manufacturing and services, and the loan amount up to 10 lakhs. Like the purpose is mainly to focus on micro and small MSME unit. And we have different small clusters for identify clusters are there for that. And our different branches are also tie up with like our circle giving this small amount of loan. And the tenure is minimum 7 to 10 years, and working capital 1 year tenability is there, and there Shishu, Kishore and Tarun different type of loans are available, which you can see, and margin is 25,000. Up to 25,000 the margin is nil, and above 25,000 15 to 25%, and the book date is 30%. These are the basic criteria, and collateral security is nil to be covered under CGFMU cover. And I have already told that we are focusing on Stand Up India. Our different one sale is also there in our head office, Bangalore, for this Stand Up India. They are also very much like monitoring us regularly because government of India is also emphasizing, special emphasis on that. And here eligibility for like greenfield project, manufacturing, trading, service sector, especially for women entrepreneur also different scheme and different like subsidized rate of interest also available. And here quantum is 10 to 100 lakhs, and only composite loan, that is term loan and working capital. We are also, and later I am also discussing about fund-based, non-fund-based, different loan facilities are available. And here repayment is term loan, that's 7 to 10 year including moratorium, and working capital again 1 year tenability. And here also margin is 25% for term loan and working capital, and the security as per bank guidelines. Here also we are taking CGTMSE coverage also we are taking, and rate of interest is starting point 8.7%. And it also depends. And the main product of our like MSME segment is Canara GST. It's a very famous product because here only if a manufacturer of or a person like filing like proprietorship, partnership or private limited company which are filing under GST, and here the facility is very lucrative because the loan amount is minimum 10 lakh to 5 crore, and the limit of 25% annual turnover as per GST return will nil margin. Okay, and the collateral security is minimum 75% for low and normal risk and 100% for moderate risk. And instant we are sanctioning this loan within like maximum 7 days, within 2 to 3 days we are deciding about like maximum the turnaround time is very less for Canara GST. So this and another scheme is Canara Contractor. It is also very, it's a like hybrid model here, fund-based, non-fund-based term and facility for contractors and subcontractors. And the loan amount is minimum 10 lakh to 10 crore. And the limit that 9 times of net worth or cash flow project, whichever we are taking. And here the collateral security is minimum 125% security by way of property, like movable, immovable item. And ROI is based on scoring matrix, and concession extended based on scoring matrix up to 0.75% of applicable ROI. Here it is also very good product that the Canara MSME CAP. CAP is it's basically for manufacturing and service sector, basically for manufacturing. And the loan amount is like above 10 lakhs to 20 crore. And for service sector is 10 lakh to 10 crore. And the margin is very like 20% for manufacturing sector and 25% for service sector. And here the tenure is same like 7 to 10 years including moratorium. And for urban, semi-urban, rural area, the like different you can see in our slide that different like margin and collateral security is mentioned. And we are not accepted that agriculture property, tenanted properties and vacant land in case of Canara CAP. And the ROI is also mentioned, and concession is there 50% for processing charges. And Canara Udyog is also a very good product, is basically for manufacturing and ancillary business units. And its quantum is also from minimum 10 lakh to 10 crore. And repayment is also minimum 7 year to 10 year including moratorium. And the margin is For term loan is 25%, working capital for 20%. And here also we are taking 125% of collateral security. No CTMC coverage is acceptable here under Canara Udyog. And here other schemes are also available, that is Canara Vyapar. In Canara Vyapar, basically we are focusing on that retailers, retail sector, wholesale trade, commission agents. They are also taking loan from us, and here the security is quite high, like 133% of limit apart from bank created asset. And here other two products are also available, that is Canara MSME Expo. It is for exporters, and MSME Vijeta, basically for women and entrepreneurs. Here also collateral and rate of interest, subsidized rate of interest is available. And other two famous product, that is Canara Caravan, is a very good product. That is an existing transport operators, goods, passengers having 3 years of experience. Minimum here 5 new vehicles, and minimum capital should be 25 lakhs. And here margin based on the scoring matrix and risk appetite. And the tenure is 5 years and collateral rate 100%. And the ROI here we can get a concession of 0.5% to 1% concession. And upfront fee is 0.25% waiver is also available in this Canara Caravan. MSME Bahan also you can get from Canara Bank. That is basically commercial vehicles. For commercial vehicles, on-road price we are giving. And here also products are available on Gold. Canara Gold is also available. That all regular MSME accounts, it's available. It's also a very nice product, and this product is very famous in Canara Bank. That is Doctor's Choice. Here for to develop a hospital, nursing home, or any related to medical equipments, anything. Like medical practitioners practicing Indian or homeopath or allopathy, anything. And for this, the quantum is maximum 5 crores. And working capital 20% of limit, maximum 50 lakhs. And margin here, term loan for construction purpose, like construction of nursing home or hospital, the minimum margin is 25%. For term loan, it is 20%. And for working capital, it is 20%. And we are very much happy with this scheme also, because many queries are coming for this, because after COVID situation also, many doctors set up new hospitals. So we are also very satisfied with this scheme, and doctors are also very much satisfied, because we are getting a very good feedback for this scheme. And Canara contractor is, I have already discussed that the contractors and subcontractors, this scheme is available. And I have already told you our regional office and our circle office, different MSME units are there, and project appraisal unit is available in circle office and in head office also, who is basically monitoring this MSME. So we are focusing on turnaround time, that instant we are judging that or screening the proposal according to our MSME team is basically instantly checking the CIBIL, CMR rating, acrylic, everything, whichever is applicable, and after that, within 2 and 3 days, we are we can take that this loan we are taking or not instantly, and if we are within maximum 7 days, we are sanctioning the loans. And as I have already told that we are very much focusing on startup, because our head office also one startup cell already there, and in our circle office also one startup cell is there, where a new we are very much focusing on young entrepreneurs who are just pass out from institutes, and they want to start up some new business, some greenfield project, and our Prime Minister also helping on startup, because here in each and everybody have certificates and all, so we can give them easily loans. And we are focusing on some startup campaigns also in our circle office, and we are going to have some campaign in different clusters regarding the startups. And we are also, regarding digitalization, we are very much harp on our digital products. You can apply through our online portal also. It is very much flexible and available. And in PSB 59 mini startup cell, anywhere you can apply through online mode. So for any, and in our BCCI building, one branch is also there, our NS Road branch. Here also our housing loan, vehicle loan hub is also available. So any query, anything, you can contact us, you can visit our office. it's very near to, like it is here street. So thank you again. Like, thank you, ma'am, and thank you, BCCI, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Das. Now the floor is open for question answer. If you have any question to our distinguished speakers related to the products that they have presented, please feel free and ask the question. Our colleagues are here with the mic, so you please raise your hand and ask the question and mention to whom you are asking the question, please.
Sir, this is a question to Sidbi. Am I audible? Sir, my client, I am a process consultant. My client applies for CGT MSE scheme and it gets connected to a specific bank. And then when he approaches that bank, then they say that they are not honoring that scheme. So how to deal this situation? And what governance or any thing is there to do that thing?
Hello. Am I audible? I think, sir, there is a misconception about CGTMSE. You cannot apply CGTMSE and then go to a bank. You have to go to a bank, then you have to ask the branch manager to cover the loan under CGTMSE. So then there should be a specific bank should be there, no, sir? Okay. Is
denying that
nobody can deny the CGTMSE offer, sir. They might deny on the basis of the loan proposal. This is not eligible or not. They cannot tell that this cannot be covered under CGTMSE if you are apply under CGTMSE only. They can deny the loan based on other merits also, but CGTMSE is a universal thing. Any bank, every bank has to cover the CGTMSE if they are not offering any collateral security. We are doing CGTMSE product a lot. There is nothing called but there is no criteria. CGTMSE has their.
Is there any number or email where we can, or a site where we can lodge the complaint?
Did you visit the CGTMSE site?
Yeah. I have done it personally.
Okay. Did you get that response from CGTMSE?
You will be aware that before 1 year back,
right.
that total portal was looking different.
Okay, yeah, the CGTMSE portal has been changed, and this is now I think is Uran, right? CGTMSE has changed.
Due to my interaction, that has got changed.
Okay, so that's good, sir. But I think there is a misconception, sir. The loan, all banks, I think all banks are covering loan under CGTMSE. There is no question at all. Be it a private bank, be it a government bank, all are covering loan under CGTMSE. It might be happen that your loan itself is not eligible, so there has to be some miscommunication that they are not covering under CGTMSE. So
they are not honoring.
I don't think that is the case, sir. Maybe.
Is there any platform where we can launch a complaint? Is there any governance or that sort we can?
Sir, I'll talk to you after that because I'm not sure there is a grievance mechanism how it works under CGTMSE. I'll inform you, sir. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other question, please? Any other question to our distinguished speakers? Yeah.
So I have a question to HDFC Bank practically. In your slide you have seen that 2 years balance sheet is required. Though I am the customer of HDFC and I have a SME covered loan from HDFC. But the thing is that for the new case, whoever MSME, on behalf of MSME I am telling you, in the slide I just saw that the 2 years balance sheet is required and that should be in the positive side. But I think after Corona, as an MSME, 70% 40% or 45% in between, I think the MSME have faced loss, and their balance sheet, audited balance sheet is in the dark side. So this last 2 years point out, I think there is a things to be thought out.
What he is trying to say is that, last 2 years means
definitely.
that,
I'll just cover.
COVID
Understood,
years.
Angel. Let me cover.
COVID years.
Yeah, basically.
And the second question is that when we are going, I mean the MSMEs, I am talking about MSMEs, when they are going first of all with the CGSME and HDFC is under control of CGSME, it's very fine, and the accountancy is also very fine. But the thing is, when after 3 years or 2 years or 4 years, when the business continues, when again the loan has to be recovered, I mean the enhanced, then the process of going to CGSME again back to HDFC, there is some communication gap, I feel. This has to be covered. And the third point is that, I'm sorry to say in the public, in front of every public meeting, that please rectify, as an MSME, I am a heartful request to HDFC, please rectify one thing from your end, that the relationship manager of the HDFC is often changing. So see, if I am the customer continuing business for 1 year, and that relationship manager, he may be sir or madam, once upon again after 2 months it is changed. After 1 month it is changed. Again somebody calling us, sir, I am changed as a relationship manager of HDFC Bank of your company. So the person who is coming, how will keep the track with us? So the track is changing. He is or she is not acquainted with our company. The thing is going wrong. So from your end, it's my honest request to don't change the relationship manager like that. It's the dark side of MSME which we are facing. This is a request, I think, to the management.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for the raising the question, sir. So I'll just go point to point. The first point which you said, okay, the last 2 years for everyone, it is not only for the MSME, for every individual is basically a trying times. Okay, we as a individual, as a banker, we also never had such a situation in life. Okay, and definitely whoever able to manage the business or survives is actually a biggest challenge for their life. So as a bank also we understand it, and we definitely go basis the assessment. The pure assessment is getting done, and after that it is not whatever is mentioned is basically a basic guideline. Okay, and after that definitely there are individual who are assessing the request. So definitely we are keeping in the mind that the last 2 years was not the normal phenomena which we all experience, and we would definitely wish that this should not come again in our life. So as a bank also we are, whatever customer who belongs to us or whatever customer who came to us now, we assess that, and after that we are going to case basis. So I think it is definitely as a MSME banker, we consider it. The second point which you said, I did not actually get clear just to understand what I said. If I'm wrong, just to give me. So you are saying that you already having a CGT MSC loan with XYZ bank, maybe HDFC one of that. Okay, now you have taken a X amount. Now you are asking a X plus 1, right, under the same scheme. So sir, I think without any hiccups, with much of the transaction with SISB, if I have said, we can also come and say, it's basically under PAN. So if your assessment as a bank is correct, and we see that you are eligible for further funding, I don't think there would be any hiccups. So if we have faced anything, we can discuss separately, but I don't think that there will be any hiccups in terms of the getting enhancement up to the cap of CGTMC, right sir? Up to 2 crore, right? There is no, I think as a bank also we didn't, if any of the cases happen, maybe one of the case, but okay. So this is what I'm saying. Now third point which you said, it's actually a painful for a customer changing a relationship manager. So as a bank or as a MSME department, we also don't want it. But since the market is actually very competitive, and the young entrepreneur or the young, you can say, they
tend to change their bank very frequent. In that scenario, we have no option but to get you the new relationship manager, which sometimes happen frequent, but in some time it's go longer as well. But the only thing is we also want to keep it, because as you said, the MSME is not a product where we just sell it, go out. It is always a relationship business. We need to understand your business. You have to, as a businessman, you have to understand each other. There are customers with us in a bank, because I have completing my 14 years in this bank. So there are customers who are associated in a year one when I was a relationship manager. They are still associated with us. So I know in and out about them, and they know us as well. But in some scenario, yes, I do acknowledge, because that we also as a face, the customer comes and say, who's my RM? Because the new entrepreneur comes after 6 months, he choose to go other bank. So in that scenario, sir, otherwise as a banker, we also don't want to change the RM very frequently. Thank you, sir, if I address this.
Sir, this RM change, I just want to add 2 more points, right? For example, we have 100 customers in Kolkata who are having working capital limit with us. And right now, for example, we have 20 RMs managing those 100 relationships. So per customer, per relationship manager, 5 customers, right? But when customers become 120, right, we need to hire additional relationship managers, right? In that, few customers, for the better serviceman, will have to leave these RM, or these RMs will have to leave these customers, right? So some interchange will happen, and especially in his business, in last 2.5 years, we have increased our manpower by minimum 3 times, just to cater you well, just to service you well. So in that scenario, few customers might have seen higher number of changes in their relationship managers, but few must have seen lesser number of changes, but people have seen those changes, just to give you a better service level by keeping in mind better service level for future. Right, Ali?
Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, Mr. Datta, please.
It was a wonderful speech from all of you. But
yeah, it's on, sir. It's on.
It's on. But there are certain micro-level problems what we MSME are facing. Let's say for me, it's basically a manufacturing company. Now, when we are asking for certain loans, you are looking at the balance sheets, okay? So what we are doing today, being an engineer myself, I'm looking at the engineering of finance. I'm not doing engineering of a product and service. So I'm trying to understand the engineering of finance, how to make my balance sheet clean and to get the loan. But that's not the way of working. When you are asking us for a startup situation, culture to develop, we must go into developing products. When we are asking to develop products, there are a lot of stakes involved in it, and it cannot have an overnight profit out of that, okay? So here, now suppose you are asking 2 things over there, that the business should run for last 2 years, and second, you are asking that there should be a profit margin, as one of my guests our guest has also said. But the thing is that the third point which you people are missing, but my understanding of the situation is sustainability. Now this is a very key word in today's context. Earlier it used to see that if somebody is into the business, it used to run for years. Today I'm not sure whether my business will sustain even tomorrow. So what is the sustainability, okay? What my suggestion would be from the Chamber of Commerce also, my suggestion would be, you should always do a third-party audit beyond going to the normal financial logic into the balance sheet. How the business is run, what are the purchase orders, what are the systems of business contacts with the big customers, and you should do a due diligence properly to understand exactly what they are doing. I may not make a profit today, but I'm making an investment in our energy, in our intelligence systems to make a product for the future. So if the banks or the financial institutions doesn't come forward and understand this ecosystem, it's very difficult for the small companies to develop for tomorrow's India. That is my understanding of this.
Yeah. Can you take the mic? Okay, please.
Anything, anyone else, or should I address this?
No, just please address this, then we'll go to
Now, sir, just to tell you, as you rightly said, keeping the basic criteria for any policy is basically a bank's need. Okay. Now after that also we do have our assessment in terms of the two area which I need to cover, that each proposal which is coming to us, we assign to the dedicated relationship manager. Now what they do, they physically visit the customer, understand their business, and after that necessary documentation which is getting collected from the customer is submitting to our committee, okay, where the committee assess definitely our documentation which is refused. Apart from that, the individual is getting assessed on the cases and the definitely merit and demerit, where the relationship manager is countering the things which you are saying. Okay, on a ground level feedback, you need to understand whether how long these are doing business, how good they are into the business, what is their future plans, what are their projections for maybe next year, what are they going to invest it. So all these things keeping in a factor, we have the from full assessment from onto the field, which is the physical one, and secondly definitely with respect to the documentation with the other team. So we are doing that. No, no. Yeah, yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It is a basic criteria, and after that, there's always a mitigate, and we have deviations where we assess the case and we discuss and approve it. Like any case, if you talk about a startup business, he will not have a balance sheet also. Like a greenfield, any customer who's a new business, he will not have a balance sheet also, but definitely basis of the project, on their assessment, we fund those customers as well. So as I said, is a basic criteria which I'm talking about. As a bank, we are looking at it, but obviously case to case basis we assess it, and there is always a deviation to get those cases also through and get approved. Yeah, no, understood. That's what I'm saying. We have there is a relationship manager who is going to the field, understand it, but there is a credit also, who basically assessing all these parameters which you're talking about. Sometimes they also go into the credit and meet customer to understand this. No, that's what I'm saying. Okay, we are here to. No, definitely. Sir, basically, was just looking at the paper, if you're going to fund it, definitely we all know the balance sheet is cooked up. So we end up doing that. So that's why we have both these scenarios, two ends. One is RM who is going physically looking at it. One is credit who is basically assessing that. And sometimes credit also go on the field, meet the customer, understand their balance sheet and businesses, and we fund that.
Good evening, sir. My question is the continuation of both these gentlemen. Okay. Question is here to all of you. Okay, startup. Here, all of you are talking about the startup. Who are eligible for the startup actually? Because last 2 years, maximum business just came under the umbrella of NPA, and their civil has gone down. So, if those people are going for the startup or they are asking for a refinance of their product or service sectors, especially service sectors, they are not getting the fund from the bank actually. So what is the reason or what is the criteria you may say they are eligible for the startup? If they are going for the any manufacturing unit, they are asking for fund for that, not getting that. So how they will improve, how the business will improve, just help us and give me the answer, that's all.
No, ma'am, as I understood your question, you are saying who are a startup, right?
Yeah.
So a startup is basically any person who decided to do a business. So, and they do not have the existing experience or it. So this is called a startup. So any businessman who already doing a business and in last 2 years they did not able to, that is not a startup. Any young entrepreneur, maybe a group of the friends who decided to do business, they are a startup.
But actually what happens, sir, those people who are under the umbrella of NPA and their civil has gone down, those people or those business persons are going for asking for the fund, so they are not getting the chance even for the startup. So what they should do in such a scenario or condition?
No, I think as HDFC Bank, as I said, we do fund a startup. When I saying startup, basically a greenfield project, right? So if the project is feasible, definitely we assess that, and after doing the assessment, we do fund even the startup business.
Okay, thank you, Satyan.
Thank you.
So it's time to conclude. So before we conclude, I request our chairperson of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee, Mr. Sanjay Behra, to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished speakers. Sir, please come to the stage. Sir, please hand over the memento to Mr. Yatish Agarwal. To Mr. Chiranjit Mandal. To Mr. Muhammad Ali. And to Ms. Srila Das. Thank you. We conclude the session here. We conclude today's program here. And the Bengal Chamber of Commerce thank all of you for attending today's program. Thank you and good night.